actually talk to those who work in that, just like in certain fields or working with our mayor, because I am from DC, a DC native, and he's been fighting with the mayor and the police chief because they wanted to give out accurate information about the crime in DC, and he's trying to not put out accurate information so it can make himself look good. What's happening is our constitutional rights are just not being are just not being put forth at all, or not being considered. You have a lot of unlawful ways, and they're just harassing Black people specifically, tackling them down to do searches, asking for IDs and stuff. There are several checkpoints all over the city, even close to the Maryland border. So they're even trying to trickle down on the low to go to Maryland, even though they don't have any jurisdiction for Maryland. The only reason he's able to do this is because DC doesn't have full power. DC works a little bit different than everywhere else because we don't have representation in Congress and we are not a state. So therefore, because we still fall under the federal umbrella, Trump is able to do whatever he wants to do, but he's also breaking the law when he's doing some of these things. People's cars are being broken into without any warrants or anything like that. And now we're about to come, and this is the National Guard, and we're going to put them in the street. We now DC is already have a lot of federal law enforcement, but now you're starting to see the federal law enforcement in your neighborhood, which is quite scary because you would normally only see them if there's a police raid or downtown. Now you're seeing them in your neighborhood. They're asking you for ID. They're just picking up people for petty, non-violent offenses. They have named them for a certain amount of time. You're going to have to wait until whenever they release you. You got the DEA, you got ICE, you got ATF, you got FBI, all in your neighborhood. So these aren't just police, you got the federal police. And now they're going to be carrying assault rifles. Janine Pirro, who's this whole administration doesn't know what they're doing or not because law is slow. You got to fight in a court. How long it's going to take to fight this stuff in a court, I can't give a time frame on that. But they're doing this because they can get away with it because the law is slow. I don't know how long they're going to allow this to happen, but if y'all think that DC needed the National Guard here for regular shit and they would only have been like locking people up for like traffic violations and it hasn't really been any major offenses that they're locking people up for, I think people need to really pay attention to what's happening in DC because he has put out a dog whistle for other states that he plans on targeting. He's targeting DC specifically because not only that, he has just like your delivery drivers. We have a lot of immigrant delivery drivers. They're getting tackled on the little mopeds and getting unlawfully detained as well. We have a high-profile moped unlawfully, and he's still being detained right now. And they're planning on shipping him to Uganda, even though he had the right to be in the United States, right? So they're not giving a fuck about our culture like the Mexicans or the Hispanics. So people need to pay attention to what's going on in DC because it will that have predominantly Black people in them to say that they're very violent. Although, January 6th, when y'all tried to stage a coup, they didn't send the National Guard, but they felt the need to, in other
was talking, so I'm not sure what the rounded opinion is, but I don't know where the agenda is for the room in the title, so I'll just sort of go off of some of her points. So there's a thing that people say, you're not from DC, so you don't know how violent DC is, right? Or someone goes, have you lived in DC? Do you live in DC? Okay, you don't, so you don't know that there was no crime except for what I heard her say, regular shit, right? Like sort of, she's a little DC. I've gone out. I've seen kids clean out rows of cars with the police right there, with the DC, and I'm talking about the Metro Police right there, and they're telling me, shrugging their hands, there's nothing they can do about it. I've seen police being unable to stop violence, being unable to break up fights that have turned into, well, just hear me out. Fights that have turned into gang violence, that have turned into shootings, that have led to death. I've seen it. I've seen it on U Street. I've seen it on 14th. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen what people say now are these unwarranted searches. I mean, come on. We're talking about decades of what they just changed names. There were pop-out boys. There were jump-out. There were all sorts of names for police who had unsolicited access into neighborhoods in Southeast DC and were able to target young men that they feel were part of a gang unit and were able to search their cars. Whether you say it's legal or illegal, it's been going on for decades. It did take the National Guard to start doing this. So my thing is this, right? Because I don't want to get too passionate about this and go on and on forever. There's a thing that I believe is going on, and I got this off of a lot of videos I've seen about pickpocketing in Europe, which is becoming a big thing now. It's the word desensitization. It's when people are so used to seeing a common pattern of crime that their exposure to it makes them feel like it's normal. So when they see something else that's different, they'll prioritize that while sort of reducing the impact of what they've seen. There's a lot of crime in DC, and you can't call it regular shit. If you've owned property, if you're a decent resident of Washington DC, you do not want what's been going on in DC over the last 5 years to keep happening. And anybody who is trying to minimize the impact that crime has had in DC is just someone that's desensitized. That's all I'm going to say. I'm for safety. I hate crime anywhere and everywhere, and I'm not going to use politics to minimize what has been going on in DC. I'll never do that, and I never voted for Trump. That's all I got to say.
Can I ask May I respond? Hold on. I just want to ask him a question real quick. You was like you was here, you own property. What gangs is on you?
Exactly.
Hold on. What's the gangs on you?
Okay, so it's tough to answer that question with all the people here because we need to be honest with ourselves. If you go to U Street, you've seen at 2 a.m. how uncontrollable U Street is.
No,
you said gang. No, stop avoiding.
Just all the gangs. If there's a gang, just name the gang.
Exactly. Okay, I got you. Listen, trust me. We're all DMV.
Sir, if you don't know the name of...
I know the name. I'm about to say the name. I'm about to say the name. Just let me say the name. Fox 5 gang. Fox 5 gang.
What?
What about the
What
Fox
the
5
fuck
gang?
is that?
See, hey guys, if you're not from the DMV, this is what they do. You know,
You made some shit up. That don't.
all you have to do is go to the
And you know they were Fox 5? How did you know this?
Gang. They're not called gangs. So
They're not gangs. That's why when you say gang violence on U Street is uncontrollable because it's 35 students
Exactly.
on one block.
It's right by Howard. What the fuck?
listen,
Hold on. I'll just land with this.
it's college students.
Literally,
I feel so disappointed.
hold on, Tien. That's what I'm saying. Just sound foolish. U Street is where bars and clubs are. So of course it will be quote unquote uncontrollable at 2 a.m. because all the bars is closed and everybody's drunk leaving the bar. But it was strange that you said gang violence on U Street when we all know in DC there's no gangs. We don't have Bloods or Crips or gangs. We have crews based on where you live. So quote unquote gang violence would happen where niggas live, like on the south side, between like 18th and 21st or something. It's not, U Street. So that's where people hang out. So right now they have an increased police presence where black people go to have fun, college kids, on U Street and on 14th. And what's that doing? It's destroying DC's economy because everybody's afraid to go outside. Everybody who organizes events in DC has been canceling all the events because everybody's afraid to go outside. So all of the businesses, the real repercussions of this, businesses are hurt. Last week was restaurants. All of the restaurants said they had no reservations, which is so businesses are struggling all over the city because everybody, black people, white people, Latinos, everyone is afraid to go outside, and nobody's spending.
When I found out that they were unlawfully detaining people,
respectfully, I did ask to speak.
Okay, y'all know I feel
Can I get in the queue too?
Same here.
Yeah, this is good.
because he was rebutting off my point, but I like to talk after your.
Oh, thanks. I just want to share. I live in Washington, D.C. I've been around town a few times this week on my bicycle. I've had a chance to observe. You will find an increased military presence in the metro stations. I biked by Union Station a few days ago. There were 2 armored cars out there. There were a few military people out there. Folks have been detained and in some cases arrested for fare evasion. I think corporate already talked about the delivery guys on mopeds who were simply trying to make ends meet by delivering ordered meals and other goods to DC residents. And a lot of them have been arrested. Those who haven't been arrested are no longer on the streets. Now, to be fair, in some cases, these are people who don't have proper vehicle registration, and perhaps some of them don't have their papers, so they're scared to expose themselves to the to ICE officers. But you know what? They weren't bothering anybody. They were just delivering food, and everybody knows that in a city, the fact that you have a law on the books doesn't necessarily mean that you have to enforce the law, because police departments have priorities, and somebody who's biking on a moped, delivering food from day to day, and not harming anybody is not going to be at the top of your priority list for law enforcement. Now, the guy who spoke before me wants people to think that Donald Trump has the legal authority to interfere with the way DC conducts its affairs or whatever he wants to, but that's not the case. We have a law called the Home Rule Act, and there's a section of that law that does allow the president, under narrow circumstances, to ask the Metropolitan Police Department to provide police services under very narrow circumstances. There has to be an emergency. It has to be a pretty big deal, and the president can't require the MPD services for too long. Depending on how you read the law, you may conclude that the president has only 30 days. That is currently being handled in the courts. The judge responsible for presiding over the case is a lady named Ana Reyes. She's new on the bench. She hasn't been there too long. She was appointed by Joe Biden, I believe. She is a Uruguayan American, and for those of you who are interested, she's also openly lesbian. She has not shown the Trump administration much deference. She seems to believe that Donald Trump has overstepped his bounds just because of the way he's doing it. In fact, last week, he tried to take all of the authority from the police chief and give the authority to run the police department to let them know last week that was not okay, given what she knows about the case, and that they had to change things so at least the police chief, who is great, remains in control of the Metropolitan Metropolitan Police Department. There are a few other things that they're sorting out right now, and my hope is that by the end of the month, we'll have a decision from the judge letting us know whether Trump oversteps the legal bounds of his authority or not. My guess is that he did, and I'm hoping that the judge rules in favor of Washington, D.C., so that at least there can be an order on the books letting Trump know that he has to fall back. So to the guy who spoke before I did, the other thing I'll say is the justification that Trump is given for what he's doing doesn't wash out. He says that D.C. has a serious crime problem that warrants federal intrusion. That doesn't make any sense because the undisputed evidence shows us that crime has been on the decline for several years, and so we have less crime today than we had last year, than we had the year before. So crime is reduced, and if you're going to say that you are entitled to rely on an exception in the Home Rule Act to interfere with DC Home Rule, you have to have a legitimate explanation for it. And so far, Donald Trump has agreed that lawyers who study this do not agree with you. I'm not saying that there isn't crime in Washington, D.C. There is. But the story that Donald Trump is telling about the criminal activity in Washington, D.C. is a false one. We have less crime today. We don't have more.
I want Dr. Corporate to look at my PTR and then I need an apology. I need an apology.
Can I get in the queue?
No, I'm not apologizing. Nothing. I can trust it.
That's admit you're wrong.
It's smoke and mirrors. No.
Hold on, Cooper Barbie, real quick. This is the thing. You said, I asked you what game was on U Street. You said the Fox 5 game. The Fox 5 game, everybody knows if you're from DC.
Now you're gonna lie that you knew.
I'm not lying.
You said the game doesn't have a place. It did have a place called 38 Street.
Can I finish what I'm saying? You know, from a young age, we say real live Fox 5. These are niggas from 37th who started saying Fox 5 game. They said they're from 37 Southeast. So how did you get that that's the gang on U Street? That's not even the same. It's not even the same person.
To a DC person. Okay, so there are podcasts that I just looked up on YouTube from former DC gang members and current DC gang members. There's a former DC gang leader. I just dropped the link in the chat, and I'm looking on YouTube right now, and this is from the actual gang members saying that there are gangs in DC. So I just want to respond to the lady that said there's no gangs in DC. There are actually gang members saying that there are gangs. I think that there were.
Thank you, brother.
Has a little bit more belief in yours.
Yeah, but that's not accurate. Don't make me get Big Mike. Y'all not from this area, so y'all wouldn't necessarily understand. But it's a difference between a crew and a gang. A crew isn't like an organization. These gangs are like organizations. So there could be a semantics thing going on with the verbiage of a gang, but in actuality, it's not a gang. They're not a gang. You will not go for the
They're right. It's Fox. They're right. It's not organized crime. It's not. Hold on. This is what we trying to explain to y'all. It's not organized crime in the way that, like, they could never put a RICO charge against these niggas.
Yeah.
Yes,
All
they
this
can.
literally is.
Can you pull up the articles for that?
Hold on, I'm trying to explain it to you. Literally, the street, it's not a lie thing. It's nothing to lie about.
Okay, more articles
Like,
coming.
okay, you got it. We both can't talk at the same time. Thank you.
I just don't want you to lie to people.
Okay, so you got it.
Just
Hey, hold on. Let Doctor speak. Just relax for a second. Go ahead, Doctor.
What I'm trying to explain is this. This is not gang violence, how y'all think about fucking LA or some shit. There's not gangs where the gangs run operations, is organized crime, like such and such has a leader, and we looking for the leader. All this is niggas from different streets in DC don't fuck with niggas from the other street. All of the streets, most of the streets, have numbers as names, which is why in your PTR it says people from 37. People from 30.
You do realize that's how things start.
I'm almost done.
Yo, relax, brother.
This is not how they organize crime, drug dealing, anything like that. Literally, it's just beef that they have in the music. So when they rap, if you from 37 or you disrespect somebody from 38, that's beef. Then they shoot niggas from 38 if you from 37.
No,
This is not organized crime in that way.
Listen,
Y'all talking about there's no
brother, just let her finish and then you can go.
there's no leader.
What the police? Yo, relax. Yo, hold on. Y'all gotta relax.
Quick question.
Hoover Street, Hoover Gang is an actual street. That's what we Paru Street is a gang, but it's an actual street. They started off protecting their neighborhood, protecting their street and their block, and it formed to gangs because they was fighting other streets. And they formed it. That's what gangs started from.
I understand. And just a quick question. Assuming that's true, are you saying that how gangs started is exactly what the formations are in DC right now when it comes to crime? That these are actual gangs? Or are you just trying to give us the genealogy of gangs?
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm telling you.
So you're just saying that these are how gangs start, not that they are gangs?
No, I just told you that's exactly what I'm telling you. That these are gangs. They're gang banging over their street. That's why they're killing other people from other streets that they don't like because they're from another street, from another block. That's gang. They're gangs.
Can I respond because I'm in a minority of thought here, and you got 4 people. Please give me 1 minute to respond to some of this stuff.
Yeah, sure.
So when I talk about, like, let's be honest, right? Like, we have a room full of people who are not from the DMV, right? So, like, when someone asks me a question, like, I'm guessing they're identifying that I know the DMV, I've lived in the DMV, I'm from the DMV. So they'll say, oh, are you trying to say there are gangs on U Street? Now, they know that both them and myself know that gangs don't live on U Street. But it's a way to fuck with the people's psyche who are trying to get accurate information about DC to believe that I'm saying nonsense. Because how the fuck can U Street have gangs, right? U Street is a strip of entertainment. It has bars, it has nightlife. We know that. But see, she said something very dishonest to throw people off. So let me talk about the gangs.
So she requires you to be accurate? That's dishonest?
Okay,
Yes.
so it's ridiculous, right? It's like you're asking me if they gangbang, who are the gangbangers, and on I don't know, name, I'd say flags. It doesn't exist, right? But why bring that up, right? So the point I'm saying is this. You're talking about gangs and you're trying to classify types of gangs. You're saying gang A, gang B, gang C. Which gang has more notoriety? Which gang has more global recognition? We know the Bloods and Crips do. The Bloods and Crips have more notoriety. They have global recognition because of their color-coded disparities and all that. So we know about the Bloods and Crips. But I'm telling you that on a small scale within DC, I've been in studios in Southeast DC in my past days, and I've heard and seen young men rep the Fox 5 gang. I know them. I have a kid named Lil Squint right now doing 10 years. This is a kid that I put under my wing. He's an active gang member. I'm the one telling you guys this, so don't lie to people who are not from DC.
We're not lying.
Does this kid rep Fox 5? Rep Fox 5? Okay.
This is misleading, though. And this is the problem when y'all get on this app. And I understand that you used to be a resident, but it's totally different. Like, people that are from the area is trying to give you context. And it's a talking fucking point. We're actually living in this shit right now. So, like, let's be clear about the language. There is a clear difference between gangs and fucking crews. And I put in the fucking chat just in case anybody needs more context. A gang is an organized fucking is an organization, and they can do a bunch of different shit that could lead to a fucking RICO. A crew is not that.
For years, socioculturally, DC residents, especially people in the DMV, have tried their best to make people outside of DMV not see them as a city that has gangs. They hate that word. They hate that term.
The police doesn't even recognize it as
Let me clarify something. Let's clarify something. I'm from the DMV. I was born in the city, raised mostly in Northern Virginia, PG County. I work in DC. DC folks who are from DC, for example, like Dr. Library Card, understand, at least for me, when I was growing up, the DMV, while we understand it as a cohesive unit, it's really a term that emerges, at least in my mind, with gentrification.
That's correct.
Just because you're from the DMV doesn't mean you know anything about DC. Folks from McLean, Virginia, who don't even go to DC like that unless they want to have a little fun, don't know what the fuck is. If you live in Bowie, you don't know shit about probably what's going on in DC because you probably ain't out there like that because DC too damn far for you. So we have to stop making it seem as just because you grew up in the area. If you're from fucking Chantilly or Fairfax, you may not even know that much about DC. So just because you're from the area doesn't mean you know about what the fuck is going on in DC. I've grown up in DC in and out for a good part of my life. There are still things about DC I don't know about. But what I do know, just not to move away too much from the conversation, is that most residents, and the polls have been taken on this, hate the fucking increased police presence. We're seeing all kinds of ages. I mean, I was fucking out on Benning Road this past week, hanging out with some people. Like seeing fucking DEA agents just rolling up on people for no fucking reason. Like, there's no justification for this, especially with after what Hurricane said, when you're seeing a decrease in crime. To make it seem, you're talking about being misleading, to make it seem as if residents actually want this shit, it's fucking bullshit. And it's to ignore the kind of work that residents have tried to do, especially DC natives, to combat crime. If this administration was serious about combating crime in the city, it would try to work with people who are on the ground who've been doing this shit for years rather than trying to assert some fucking federal force as if motherfuckers want them there.
Well, one thing we do know is nobody's going to really try to do anything stupid with that amount of force on the streets. However, I do agree that what they're doing is wrong and it doesn't make sense because, like you said, crime has been decreasing. And for Trump to make a statement saying, hey, I want to go to Chicago next, when Chicago is at an all-time low since 2014, it literally does not make sense.
We don't know that because
continue to go ahead and wipe up all the niggas that need to be wiped up. So
I have a question for the stage. Do you guys know what home rule is and why? DC mute up. I mean, the people that are from DC or DC, from DC mute up. Everybody else on the stage, could y'all tell me what that is and why it could be overthrown?
Would you say it again?
Do you happen to know what the Home Rule Act is and why Congress can overthrow it? This is important.
No, I don't. I actually never heard of it.
No one? Anyone?
Yeah, I'm not from DC, but are you
Okay.
1973? And that law determines how much power DC has to govern itself. That's what she's asking about, Tori. It's okay if you don't know what it is, but there is a law that does exist, and it gave the District of Columbia expansive powers to govern itself. The federal government does not retain superior power over DC.
So, Hurricane, in your opinion, you believe that Donald Trump, what he's doing is illegal, period. Just hands down.
Yes, I do. And to be honest, in order to engage in this conversation in a meaningful way, you have to understand what home rule is.
Yeah,
If you don't know what home rule is, then
I
point to
speak on it? I speak on this?
Do you know what home rule is?
No, I mean the whole subject of what's
Do
going
you
on.
know what DC?
Mucho, let us make this point first before we get to your point. I know you wanted to contribute to the conversation. But the reason why I asked that, and like Hurricane said, is to give more context as to actually what is going on in DC. Just like Hurricane said, the Home Rule Act gave DC the ability to, because DC is not a state, we are the nation's capital, we are a city. which means we don't have any representation in Congress when it's time to put in those electoral votes, right? So to understand what home rule Congress directly appointed as local leader, it allows DC government to pass local laws, manage budgets, and administer city services. However, DC does not have full sovereignty. Congress retains the power to review and overturn local laws, and all locally passed budgets must be sent to Congress for approval. So, because the only way that they can overthrow DC's ability to govern ourselves is to overthrow the Home Rule Act. And in order to do that, it has to be a state of emergency situation. DC crime was actually down 30% when Donald Trump decided to claim it as an emergency to militarize the DC area and bring the National Guard. So let me get into what happens when they overthrow it. When Congress overrides home rule, Congress can step in at any time by passing legislation that cancels or overrides a DC law and prevents it from taking effect. This often happens around budget issues such as restrictions on how DC can use its own tax dollars, abortion funding, marijuana regulation, or needle exchange program. It can also occur when Congress attaches riders to federal appropriation bills that block or alter DC laws.
Yeah, I know a little bit about the Home Rule Act, but I'm a little bit uneducated on it. I know a little bit.
Well, I just read what it was.
Oh yeah, I have some other information.
Most matters, if not all. And this is something that Hurricane alluded to in his first submission. Let's see. Of course, section, I think it's 740 of the Home Rule Act.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, which allows for this kind of taking over, this usurping or supplanting of DC police or using of DC police for federal purposes. This hasn't, of course, been litigated in courts. Trump comes out with the executive order. The concern is that, not necessarily at the district court level, but I think this gets to the DC Circuit and potentially the Supreme Court. Do the courts want to be in a place of second guessing when a president declares an emergency? Of course, that takes a tough situation when ultimately either be required to lay out a test for what would be necessary to declare an emergency in DC, which I don't think courts would deem appropriate when it comes to the president asserting his authority, or at the very least you say, this doesn't rise to the level of legitimacy for purposes of this section of the act. But I still feel that the courts would be very reluctant to question presidential authority and what a president could deem an emergency in this circumstance or others.
Niggas who are majority black and he's fucking with immigrants and niggas. That's why he's doing it. He's doing it just to say he can. I mean, this was all in Project 2025 as well, so it's not really I don't want to say it's not a surprise, but we knew this was coming. Like, Kamala due to states that disagree with Trump loudly or don't, what is the language they use? Don't align with the views of the federal government, aka what Trump's administration said they should do. So putting Pam Bondi control of the DC Metro PD is right in line with what they said they were going to do in Project 2025. If they feel someone, they're just going to put somebody from one of Trump's appointees in charge of the shit and do what they want to do.
I'd like to hold on. Let me build on that. So on February 6th, two Republican congresspersons, Senator Mike Lee and Representative Andy Ogles, introduced a bill in the Senate and the House called Bowser stands for bringing oversight to Washington and safety to every resident. That's what the acronym Bowser stands for.
Very clever with these names, by the way. I have to say.
Yeah, after the bill was passed. The Republicans want to federalize Washington, D.C. completely. They want to take home itself does not have enough support in either chamber of Congress to allow it to be put on the floor for a vote. But it is, what this tells us is that there are federal legislators who do want to wrest home rule from Washington, D.C. Donald Trump is using his power as the chief executive to further this agenda. So what we are likely to see is a three-pronged approach to kill DC home rule. One prong is this proposed bill in Congress. The second prong is Donald Trump's executive order trying to take over the Metropolitan Police Department. And then the third prong would be getting the case to be heard by a judge who is sympathetic to Trump's agenda and the GOP's agenda. And like Black Freedom Struggle said, Donald Trump's conclusion that Washington, D.C. has too much crime, that Washington, D.C.'s police chief and the Metropolitan Police Department have not been able to adequately address the crime, and that the chief executive of the United States is therefore should be allowed to use his power as chief commander-in-chief to check the problem. This narrative that the crime rate in Washington, D.C. is uncontrollable is one that Trump, if you go to Mike Lee's website, you'll see that he says D.C. has failed to govern itself. He says that there's a long history of official corruption, including recent federal bribery charges against Councilman Trayon White. He says that there are repeated armed carjackings and violence by teenage gangs. He says that there are assaults and robberies on congressional staffers and members of Congress. He says that Mayor Bowser's crime policies are soft on crime, which he believes encourages criminals to victimize innocent Americans. He is accusing Washington, D.C. officials of allowing non-citizens to vote in elections that they should not be allowed to vote in. And he also says that there are backwards regulations leading to a high cost of living. I don't know what those backwards regulations are. So we just have to be very careful. We should not be deceived by the narrative that Donald Trump and his cronies are repeating out there. No one is saying that crime does not occur in Washington, D.C. Crime does. Crime occurs everywhere. What we're saying is that a long time ago, Congress, after deliberating for a while, passed the Home Rule Act, giving Washington, D.C. certain powers to govern itself and allowing the president to ask the mayor of Washington, D.C. to provide MPD services to the federal government, but only under a narrow set of circumstances. The law itself says, to an extent, what those narrow circumstances are. And in my view, those narrow circumstances don't exist here. They're just not there. Unless what Donald Trump did, and then I'll stop after this, is capitalize on a particular event. A few days ago, a former Doge employee was the victim of an attempted carjacking. Donald Trump allegedly got a picture of this guy and posted it on Truth Social and said, "Hey guys, this picture represents the reason I have to step in Washington, D.C. Because this guy, who was the victim of an attempted carjacking, suffered. He's my friend, and what's happening to him is happening far too often, and that is why." But it's not true that carjacking rates are up. They're down, just like everything else is down. Fewer homicides, fewer high carjackings or attempted hijackings, fewer other types of violent crimes. There's no justification for it. The only way that Donald Trump can justify what he is doing is by lying.
Absolutely. And if it wasn't that Doge employee or former employee, none of this probably would be happening, right? I mean, Notorious, to answer your question, why is he doing this? Well, he's the cursory, answer to that. He's essentially recycling Nixon's, war on crime, which was code for war on black people. Look at the cities he's going after. Not only are they Democratic, but they're black women. LA, right? Until Newsom pushed back. It's absolute optics. It's a band-aid. And for those that think this is a great idea, I'd love to hear your answer as to what happens and it's going to happen when the National Guard leaves. Like, if this is the magic wand to solve all crime in these cities, well, what's going to happen? Gasp when they leave. Or suddenly you think law enforcement feels empowered because they've been overstepped. Negative. It's a band-aid, it's optics, it's pure show of force.
All that shows who believe that this is a good idea. When we think about crime in our country, it's typically left to the states and even more specifically to local governments. I mean, it's why when you have a traffic violation or you even have whatever kind of charge, most of it is going to your local courts, controlled, of course, by the state, all that. Okay. This is why we have federalism in our country. Okay. Leave stuff like crime up to the states. So when we read Section 740 of the Home Rule Act, Trump, or the federal government, the president rather, can only come in, as Hurricane was talking about, and as others have mentioned, I believe as well, for federal purposes, provide services for federal purposes. Now we have to ask ourselves the question, when it comes to local crime, when has that ever been the purpose of the federal government? Outside of particular emergencies. For example, let's say, there's rioting or something to that effect. When you're talking about crime that has gone down, there's been no riots, there's been no kind of conflagration in the city, when has there been a history, and I imagine that a justice like Ketanji Brown Jackson or Justice Sotomayor would ask this question to the Solicitor General, if this goes before the Supreme Court. When has it ever been in the history of our nation, outside of riots or rebellions or whatever, that your typical run-of-the-mill crimes that the local government seems to have in control because crime's been going down, when has that ever been a federal purpose? To the extent that the president needs to come in and say the local police need to provide services for the federal government to address it. You'd be hard-pressed to find instances in history that would warrant that. So I think that Hurricane is certainly right when it comes to what the outcome should be. What the outcome, in my estimation, will likely be is, again, the courts don't want to be in this position, and this is kind of like the ugly feature of our constitutional structure. The courts don't want to be in the position to second guess what a president deems to be an emergency. And so we'll probably get a few strong dissents, but I imagine that the courts will say, Trump was in his authority to come in and take over.
Competent solution, then we shouldn't argue with someone trying to present a solution, right? I don't think we've given enough time to play out to see the results. We haven't given it enough time to let this play out.
Have we read the Home Rule Act?
No, I said we haven't. We were talking about failed solutions. All the solutions that failed. Like
What solutions have been proposed that have failed?
no, I'm saying law enforcement, whatever they're doing, the crime rate is still what the crime rate is. So
It's a 30-year low.
What's the solution?
It's a 30-year low.
You know, instead of talking about
Don't know why Home Rule is the law of the land. You don't understand.
the hurricane, I don't just want to talk about problems.
Stay out the way. Stay out the streets.
But the problem is.
Stay out the way.
Are we talking about the problem or the?
Yeah, I
So you don't want to talk about the
I'm a solution.
You're doing the thing.
Talk about that.
You don't let me condescending without an intelligent comment.
I'm being condescending. I'm being condescending. I'm the only one in the conversation who's actually intelligent because I've taken time to learn about.
I'm talking about your delivery. I said we have intelligent without you having a condescending delivery. Come on, we're not going. So I'm just saying.
No, the condescension is required because you started with condescension.
Hurricane, you're making assumptions. We don't know each other. You're making assumptions.
Scott,
You're throwing ignorance. Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm not throwing ignorance.
So Scott,
You don't know what DC Home Rule stands for. The reason people are complaining is that there is a law that forbids Donald Trump to do what he has done. That's the problem. People aren't talking and complaining about Donald Trump simply because they don't like him. They're complaining about Donald Trump because there is a law that they understand to forbid what Donald Trump is doing. That's the problem.
Okay.
Like you read it.
Listen, hurricane, so I'm asking about solutions outside the solution. I'll give you the solution. I'll give you the solution. Okay.
Hold on.
Listen,
You're talking about the problem.
Solutions
Listen,
in the law itself.
Hold on.
That's where the solutions come from.
Listen,
You always read the law before you start talking about solutions because you don't know
But your speaking was already known. Okay, we know he's breaking the law, Hurricane. Don't speak what's already known.
So this is the thing. This is the thing. I want to answer his question. I want to answer his question real quick. I want to answer his question.
Oh, let me say this real quick.
All right. I tried to see how long y'all were going to go before y'all allowed each other to speak, but it's clear that y'all probably like.
Yeah, I was just going to answer the question right quick. Okay, thank you, myself. Yeah, it'll be quick, really. So the solution is, to Hurricane's point, enforce the law. When it comes to Trump, if we believe that we are a country of laws, we enforce the law. If there's a constitutional or a statutory violation, you enforce the law. Leaving that aside, when it comes to the solution regarding crime in D.C., the solution is what's been going on. Crime is down approximately 26%. All right? 30-year low. Seems like things were working. You let that play out. That's what you do. You don't all of a sudden intervene and say, hey, crime's going down. Let's jump in there some more. That's been the issue. You work with local folks as, from my understanding, speaking with some local organizers, working with the police, along with just being on the streets, doing the necessary work to address crime. At the end of the day, things have been working. They've been working in the city. So that's the solution. Allow the shit to play out because it's been effective.
Yeah, I partly agree with that. I would say the solution is, hold on, what's that going to end up in the result of Black lives dead, right? So that is exactly what you should not do. But what they do need to do is stay out of the way, do their job, do what they've been doing, not participating in crime, number one. Number two, what they have to do is go through their politicians. Like, I don't know if y'all been watching, that politician in Chicago, he spoke out against Trump, saying this is something that we do not need, right? Raising awareness in the media, in the front for it, letting them know that we are handling our city, we are taking control of our city. We don't need Trump to do that. So y'all have to really push for your elected officials. Hold on, Hurricane. Hurricane, let me finish, brother. Hurricane, let me finish, brother. And they need to go through their elected officials to speak. It's DC.
No, that's the reason.
Very quick, because I haven't spoken in a minute. This is what we're trying to get y'all to understand. Mind you, as I'm at the wharf, and there's 3 troops with guns right here. This is crazy. The wharf is crazy. Anyway, DC doesn't have elected officials that who have. We don't have the protection of a state constitution or a state government infrastructure to protect us from the federal government. We have one elected official in Congress, and they can't vote for anything. So when y'all say, speak to your officials to speak out, there's one person on the federal level that represents DC. Mind you, she has no power to vote. All she can do is advise on policy and speak on our behalf, right? When you're talking about...
Yeah, that's a black woman. Y'all married.
No.
This nigga slow.
Y'all got a black mayor.
They don't
Y'all got a black mayor.
How is the
Just mute up. Just mute.
What's going on?
She's not talking about the mayor. She's talking about
Lane.
What's her name?
Yeah.
That's what she's talking. Do you know who she is?
No.
That's the problem. Y'all don't know shit about DC, but you want to
This is what I was trying to explain.
It's painful.
They don't have any power, right? Because ultimately, Congress controls all the funding that comes to DC. So when Trump was doing those executive orders early in his presidency, all of that stuff directly affects DC, right? All of the laws about funding can't go to federal funding, can't go to XYZ if they violate DEI. That applies to anything in DC. Any grants, any DC organizations, DC Humanities, DC, what's that one? Not the art, DC, anything that even though I don't fuck with it that heavy, our mayor says if Trump and them find it problematic, the Congress can pass some shit to fuck something up. They could slide something in a big bill that affects DC directly and fuck all us up. And there's nothing we can do about it. They have to walk on our line. This is so strange. Why is it 20 National Guard people at the wharf right now? Like, who is that?
Because the Negroes left the war. That's
There ain't no niggas out here for me. This is bad work.
The niggas show up on Sunday.
Bobby, stop trolling.
So crazy. I'm watching so many videos like on social media that obviously right-leaning folks are like their profile, like the Hispanic people, they feel like they're in the seat like motherfucker.
PTR Lonzo. This is right now.
I got pulled over because they thought my son, who was in my PTR, didn't have on the damn seatbelt. How about that?
Yeah, they're doing these checkpoints. And what they do with the checkpoints is pretty much like they'll have all the cars on any given street stop at the checkpoint. The person they move, it's like left, right. They move you off to the left side.
Oh, that's crazy.
They check your car. They check whatever. They search your car pretty much, and then check your license and registration. But they've been just pretty much any Latino person that's on a moped, if they don't speak English, they snatching them off them bikes, locking them up.
I also want to say it depends on what type of car you drive too. So I have a Dodge with I have legal tint. It's literally the last one, but it also I have a Durango.
Okay.
So I don't even have like a freaking like nothing big, but because of the fact that they pull over specific cars too. So I have seen like white people get pulled over if they have like specific cars, but they ain't pulling no damn Subarus over.
I know some of the people.
They almost
So they made that a primary offense.
They almost.
My only issue is that I'm in the city, and when you have people that don't know that DC literally on my license plate it says taxation without representation, and you don't know that we are federally ran, so anything could really affect us. I just want people to just stay quiet and just not talk. And when you have shit like this that's going on, it's going to make crime go down for a little bit. But I bet once they leave, I bet it pick back up because that's not how you fix it.
Yeah, some people have noticed that crime don't go down. Hold on. So this is Stephen Miller. He was speaking about DC the other day. I don't see this.
Hardened criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists in DC There is a murder on the streets of this town every other day. Body after body after body after body. That was Washington, D.C. Residents were afraid to go to restaurants. They were afraid to go into entire neighborhoods. They were getting carjacked right and left.
Okay, louder. DC's literally
Meanwhile, white people walking their dogs down in the house. Okay.
DC's literally the brunch capital of the country.
Thank you. Who's going to go to restaurants?
Before the federal government came in, DC was popping like DC always be popping. Like come on.
That's better than
I'm sorry.
Ontario.
I came in the Union Station every morning. This bullshit that JD Vance was talking about, how motherfuckers were afraid, families were afraid. You see lines stretched out the motherfucking Starbucks in Union Station. Nobody was afraid. People were going to, what the fuck is that shit called? Blue Bottle coffee and shit like that, getting their coffee. Nobody was tripping in Union Station. These fucking lies about what people are allegedly fearing and feeling in DC is bullshit. People been going to restaurants doing their thing before this motherfucking government came. We've seen a drop in the local economy, as Dr. Library Card mentioned earlier, precisely because of the military presence. For a president to give a fuck who says he's a businessman and cares about businesses and shit like that, to see a drop in the local economy, especially during restaurant week, which is normally going off and like shit's fun as fuck, is remarkable. But we knew this would be the outcome exactly because of this fucking unnecessary, unconstitutional military presence in the city.
I do agree with you there. I was literally just in D.C. about a month ago, and I had a great time. So I do agree with you there.
I'm in D.C. all the time, and just the last, maybe I say the last 5 months, and it's definitely been happening a lot longer. I think it's picked up within the last 2 years. But just in the last 5 months, yeah, there has been an increase in carjackings. Like, jokers, you come out at night, y'all go into a lounge or a club, and you come out, and there's about 30 cars in a row who all got broken into. And within the last 5 months, there's been 5 people who I know who've had a sibling or a family member who happened to come out while the carjacking was happening, and they got shot. Like 5 different people. One of them passed away. And there has been a huge increase in the way that carjackings have been happening, and it's actually started to spread outside of just DC. It's actually moved into the Northern Virginia area over near Arlington and Alexandria into the apartment settings. So has there been a change, I would say, in the crime and the way that crime has happened inside DC? I would say there's been a change. It depends on when we say that crime has decreased. We really have to look at the data and where they're pulling that from. Because obviously a lot of people that were in DC a long time ago got pushed out to Charles County and whatnot. So DC has become a lot more diverse, and you see a lot more white people in DC. So yes, crime has definitely changed. That's like, yeah, this probably does need to happen, because we know that the police, and they can't, it's not that they don't want to do anything. They can't do anything based off the regulations that are pressed upon them in DC, and that's the same thing for Maryland. We all know that you can speed through Maryland and ain't nobody really gonna pull you over, because the cops don't really do much for that. So I mean, I'm not with the method, but I understand the intent behind what he's doing. And I'm not a Trump supporter. I ain't saying that, but I understand that.
I agree with you.
I just looked at the statistics just so we can all be on the same page. It says robberies and car break-ins were down by more than 40%, but thefts were flat. A 6% increase in burglary and a 14% increase in assault with a dangerous.
Yo, like I feel like we just like go anti-Trump. Like I feel like if this was a Democrat doing this, it wouldn't be an issue.
But it would be. Yeah,
You must didn't hear a lot of
You must not know this.
It would be an issue because crime is going down. See, it would be different if this was 2013, 2015. He wanted to go to Chicago, it would be different. But the crime is going down.
It's not lawful. It's not lawful. And
so wild how people get their rights.
Right. I feel like people are treating this like we treat mass shootings. We're utilizing the Second Amendment to the degree that nobody is safe. But instead of focusing on much as a country, like so many emergency situations, to look at this like this is like normal or should be normalized is wild.
I don't really see a problem with it, to be honest with you.
Of course you don't. I know you don't.
Yeah, I mean, y'all act like this.
Let's go through it. Let's go through it. Do you subscribe to the Constitution? Do you believe that the Constitution, you may disagree with it in some parts, do you think that the Constitution is the law of the land? That's for you, Rashad. Just want to be clear.
Yo, you gonna answer the question, you'll get off stage, brother. You're not gonna participate in the conversation, but that trolling shit is dead.
Hey, I agree. Yes, I agree with it. 100%.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. And Rashad, jump in at any time too. I suspect that this conversation might have been too deep for you, so I got booted. Do you believe in federalism?
Yes.
Okay. And just to make sure we're on the same page, how do you understand federalism?
Understanding. I'm in the military, so I get it. Federal laws, state laws, whole nine.
Okay, and specifically federal laws, state laws, and states are essentially left to their own affairs, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Now, if states are left to their own affairs, that would include crime, right?
Yes.
Understanding that DC, of course, is an exception because the laws are set up. Right. Understanding that DC is in a different situation. As a matter of principle, because we believe that crime should be left to the states or local entities to govern, do you believe, or rather, what do you feel are the exceptions for the federal government to step into state affairs and local affairs?
But y'all claim y'all not a state. That's number one. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, I said y'all not a state. I just said as a principle. Understanding that DC is in a different situation.
Exactly. So y'all not a state, and it's
So I
a
said as a
federal
principle.
rule.
So I said.
Yeah, but if it's under federal rule, that means he can do what he wants.
Yeah, well, he said that. We're tracking that. He's talking about the principle. He said that.
Not exactly.
Well, I mean, he's tracking that DC is in a different situation. So he's talking in general, even if we were talking about California. So I'll keep going with what you're going with, Black Free.
The president can't just do anything. He needs to have a justification to rule a state of emergency. And it hasn't been anything as of right now to prove the justification for the National Guard. And that's the problem. DC doesn't have authority of their own because we are still under federal rule because we're not a state. This isn't a party issue at all. This is literally about our constitutional rights and the rule of law.
Well, he gave a reason, though. Y'all just don't like it, but he gave a reason as to why he did what he did. So
what the fuck are you? Are you not listening?
Yeah, you just sat there and said he needed a reason to do what he did.
Yeah, and I just told you that there was no justification for the reason that he did that. So either at this point you're just being willfully obtuse, or you just not.
The man gave a reason and justified.
And it was not justified as of yet because the law is slow. They're literally in the middle of court about this.
I think we walk down what Black Freedom is saying. I really want to walk down that.
Exactly. And so that's why I was going to go to you, man. Cowboy, after you, is it Jiddy? How do you pronounce that? Jide. Okay, right. Cowboy can jump in after you. What would the exceptions be to encroaching on the principles of federalism when it comes to states and local governments being able to handle their own affairs, especially when it comes to crime?
When the state is unable to handle it.
Okay, and what would be indications that the state is unable to handle?
Normally, it would be the governor asking for assistance.
Governor asking for assistance. Are there any other exceptions that come to mind?
Not that I am aware of, but normally it would have to go through the governor. It would be a request from the governor.
Okay, so let's just stick with that exception. Outside of that exception, you believe that the federal government should not enter into the affairs
National Guard is managed by the governor, but is not owned by the governor. All military is owned by is technically owned by Trump, the president. So they're am I what?
You went out a little bit, so you talking about the National Guard. If you can start over.
Yeah, so basically the National Guard is basically loaned out to the states and managed by the governor. But all military is owned by the president of the United States, regardless if it's Trump or anybody else. So they are on loan to the governor. So if there's a situation, then that's how the president has the overarching rule on what happens with military personnel.
I hear that, and I hope you don't take what my remark is about to be as disrespectful. I don't know if that's exactly responsive to the gray area comment. What would be the gray area regarding when the president, let's say, would take over the local or state affairs of let's say the state as it pertains to crime?
I mean, essentially, it's just when the president is, I don't like to use the word feels, but when there's an indication that obviously the state is not able to handle that level of crime or what's going on,
and so
whatever the risk is.
Yeah, and so ultimately what I'm hearing is that, okay, the governor can ask for assistance, but then the president can look at a situation and just kind of be like,
where it obviously comes from the president, but normally that is normally I'm gonna say agreement for lack of better words, but it's normally both Congress and the president working together to make that decision. But obviously the president in certain situations can overstep, which there's been arguments in that.
Yeah. Okay, so last question really, because I know this is taking up a little bit of time. If this wasn't happening in Washington, D.C., and let's say this was happening in, I don't know, Arlington, Virginia, okay, Arlington County, do you think, and Arlington had similar statistics, and Arlington having a state government, state constitution, all those different things, again, we're just sticking with the principle of the thing, do you think that what's happening in Arlington would rise to the level of that gray area where the president could just jump in and take over the local affairs of the county board and so on?
Right, and this is where you kind of get into the gray area of that legality, right? So if we were saying Arlington, or let's use a real case scenario, right? Somewhere where we kind of think why wouldn't the government have stepped in, right? So let's instead of going to DC where the crime rate is the crime rate, but not to the extent of what we know Chicago is. So why wouldn't he have not used the same level of measure of tactics towards Chicago and chosen DC first? Now, do we recognize that there's some issues in Chicago or any place where it's made the list of being the murder capital of the United States, right? Would that be the suggested way to go? I think that's when we're talking about two different styles of leadership, right? And the style of leadership, if you haven't been groomed in government and you're just a person that's like, listen, I see a problem, here's a solution. I get it that the local government has been, trying to manage a solution, like we say Chicago, the government, the local police, they've been managing the situation for a number of years now, and we're still seeing the issue at the rate that it is. A person that hasn't been groomed in politics is like, listen, I got an answer. Here's how we're going to smash that, right? And I think that's the approach that Trump is taking. Whether we agree with that or not,
by the way.
When we look at, so obviously we know that data is one thing, the severity of a situation is another, right? So I know I'm a big data person, but we understand we can't always rely on data to describe exactly what's going on, right? We all recognize that when we're talking
about that there are more mass shootings in the United States than anywhere in the world. And so while we're talking about Chicago and crime and where people are getting shot, let's recall that the same week Trump pulled this shit, the CDC was shot up. I believe there were casualties. A target in all schools, college campuses, high schools. Why are we doing this specialness when it comes to Black people? Don't you get it? They're not going to do what really needs to be done to protect all of us or to reduce gun violence in the nation. They have not chosen you. They have freedom. This is what they say when they blow their toddlers away. This is what they said when they blew their own babies, precious white babies, as Cornel West would say. Blew them precious white babies away, and they told you this is a consequence of guns, of freedom. We'll have to put guns in the hands of the teachers. We'll have to put military in front of the schools or what have you. This is what we've chose as a nation. So what are we doing?
So
what are we talking about?
So I don't disagree with you. I recognize that there are situations across the United States, right? I think all I'm offering is that, if you're coming in as the leader, of an organization, which the United States is an organization, you are responsible for what happens or what also fails.
Not really.
And so
there's jurisdiction. There's laws again. Like, goddamn, why? You think Trump is the first? Y'all act like this is the first president we've ever had, and the most creative president we've ever had. He's not creative. He's not effective. Everything he does almost fucking destroys. I mean, he's fucking tanking the economy. Like, what is it about this man that makes his brash and rash bullshit that always backfires, and you ain't never seen it ever in your goddamn life, ever read it in no history books, but you're just like, we know what the Constitution and the Bill of Rights says. We know that he's calling out black blue states and black mayors in particular, even though there are higher crime rates in red states. We know all of that. That's data, right? But we can't come to a conclusion other than maybe he has our best interests at heart.
And Biden did. Biden had our best interests at heart.
Can I ask you what? Well, I have two questions. How does the military help with homelessness? Because y'all keep talking about.
I don't think it's the.
Literally talking.
I don't think it's the best.
Hey, yo, you gotta let her finish.
This is so crazy. How does the military help with homelessness? Because y'all kept talking about 10 cities. So tell me how bringing the National Guard is a solution to homelessness in D.C. And then I'll ask myself.
Well, I can agree with you on that. I don't think that's going to help anything. But in reality, what's actually going to help homelessness? Because you got a huge population of homeless people who just, right, but you got maybe affordable housing, right? But you also have a huge demographic of homeless people who just refuse to work and rather choose substance abuse. So maybe offer them some programs or something.
So I don't think, in that sense, the military necessarily helps out the homelessness problem. But I think his strategy is more so more personnel and hands to be able to remove them.
And my thing is, this is so frustrating, right? Because I just become willfully obtuse about certain situations. And for you to be in close proximity, I think you would at least pay a little more close attention to what's actually happening. This is the reality of the situation, is what we're trying to tell you, and it's starting here in DC. You may say, they're not going to.
I'm in the South. They're not taking us on.
They will.
No, they're not.
They will.
Does it matter if they take away other people's way, especially for black men? If they would take away anybody else's rights in this country, what in the fuck makes you think that you're coming for your voting rights.
I mean, I'm gonna call this. Yeah, but at the end, without the end, so
What are you fighting for at this point?
They almost arrested a police officer. They don't give a fuck. If you look black and you got something, they'll take it. They'll lock your ass up and ask questions later, whether you're in the military or not. They don't, unless you got on your uniform and you're carrying a gun, you ain't safe.
Yo, y'all really, y'all know this fear. Hey, look, y'all know this fear mongering.
The Constitution.
Hey, look, y'all know this fear mongering shit is exactly what
This ain't fear mongering anything. This is exactly
I'm just saying, look, we hear you. I hear you. But this is what I'm saying, right? This is what I'm saying, right? We'll come to another election, right? And I just want to know, right? Because the method that you're using to explain why you should not vote Republican in the next election, it didn't work last time. So what I'm just saying, wait, hold on, let me finish my point. Wait, just because we disagreed on me, you gotta cut me off. Wait, just because we disagreed on me,
entirely
no, because the thing is, right, we're kind of running the same narrative, like, we're gonna take her, wait, let me finish, when you disagree with everybody, you just don't shut the fuck up. I agree that what he's doing is a bit aggressive. But you're not going to get what you want out of this situation by simply fear-mongering on what ifs. Because it's not really happening.
It's actually shit that
oh my God. Yo.
There is
go ahead and get your shit off.
Nobody's fear-mongering.
Say it.
No one is fear-mongering. These are events that actually happen. That are happening.
Who guns are they taking?
I can give an example.
Whose guns are they taking?
I can give an example, and I'm in the South. I'm in North Carolina.
Okay, well, it stands your motherfucking ass outside in D.C. and buy one of them motherfucking
D.C. We're not talking about D.C. We're not talking about D.C. We're talking about the rest of the country. They're not taking that gun.
About D.C. What are you talking about?
We got one person on stage that
will go everywhere else.
They're not taking that gun. They're not.
Okay, can I give an example, Cowboy? Do you mind? Without the screen?
One example. Let her talk. Go ahead.
Okay, my son goes to court next week. 4 of his friends were in Raleigh, North Carolina. They took all of their guns. It's open carry here. We don't have permits here. All of their guns were in their cars. 2 of his friends got their case dismissed, but they haven't gotten their guns back yet.
Yeah,
my son goes next month. Hold on just a minute. Let me finish. My husband's law enforcement, Cowboy, so he even tells me how many guns. I don't. Okay.
I'm from Raleigh.
So then you should know Raleigh actually has had an increase of them taking guns, especially of our young black males here in North Carolina. There are so many men in that courtroom where their guns have been taken. So you can't sit here and say they're not doing it already.
Right.
And it takes forever for these boys to get their guns back, if they get them back. No, there's no reason. That's why their cases are just, hold on just a minute, Cowboy. Can we be respectful? Just a little bit, because I don't want to yell. I usually don't even get on fucking stages.
Bro, corporate wouldn't even let me finish talking because she disagreed.
I want to respond to
okay.
I want to let her get her stuff off.
You can respond to me. No, I'm not getting nothing off. I'm just giving you an example.
Well, I'm just saying, next time someone's speaking and you don't disagree with us, let us finish talking to
who are you talking to, Rashad? I'm not even talking to you. That's not even me. You're exchange. I don't know what. Y'all are emotionally unintelligent at this point.
You got a young lady over here who won't shut the fuck up when people who are on the other side of the table start.
What does that have to do with me? I'm talking right now.
Because the only reason she's shutting up is because
hold on. Let her speak.
You got no more shutting up before I cut your motherfucking ass the fuck out. Shut the fuck up. It's okay, y'all. It's okay. It's Clubhouse. But anyway, so my son goes to court on the 5th of next month. 2 cases have already been dismissed. There was no reason other than they were walking downtown Raleigh. And the police car, they weren't even in the car. Their guns were in the car on the seat. And the police happened to walk by, and they looked in their cars, and they took their guns. Each of them
are saying that. So I don't know why you're saying it's not happening, because it is happening here already.
Why are they going to court?
How long can I please respond to? How long, bro? Can I please respond to?
Yeah, please respond.
You know what? You know better than I know, because I'm not in that situation. What I was going to say is, even though, you don't need a permit in North Carolina to open carry, but you do have to have a permit to conceal carry. So while if they...
Other seat is not concealed, baby.
Yeah, if it was out in a seat and visible, then I would agree those officers are wrong. However, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, if they see it out in plain sight, plain view, then that's open carry, and them officers were wrong.
Breaking into people's parked cars and doing unlawful searches. People aren't leaving their guns around.
All this outrage y'all got, they doing shit to niggas. So keep the same energy. Like, this is not they doing shit. Hey, no, relax.
Nobody can finish on this state.
Hey, listen, the country been mass incarcerate us. Hey, the last nigga who was hard, it ain't even been 10 years. They've been doing shit, so now they want to take niggas guns. Now you niggas got selective already.
Alicia, they're not taking their guns. They're going to get their guns. They're not going to get their guns back, though.
I understand what you're saying, but the process to get them back is going to be a very long process. They already told us it could be up to 6 to 9 months for my son to get his gun back. And it's crazy for him to even have to go through that because his gun was sitting out on the seat.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Rashad and the Black Country Court.
So he's just got to do the permitting process now, which, North Carolina is under, Mecklenburg County has a lawsuit for how long they're taking to do
No, that's over. They did that.
No, it's still going on. No, for the concealed weapon, it's still going on, sweetie. There's a
lawsuit.
I'll send you the link, but they're still having a problem with.
Cowboy. If somebody's speaking, that doesn't mean that you should be speaking over that person, bro. Come on.
Look, what I'm saying is this. I'm in Mecklenburg County.
But she's not done. She's not done, though. She's not done. Alicia.
All right, are you done?
No, I was just going to tell you we were already told by our instructor that they have been taking an unusually long time to do concealed carries now. Now, it used to be that they were just having a problem with just the regular permits, but since we don't need the permits anymore, now they're having an issue, especially, I hate to say this because I'm not one of those fearmongers, especially when they know it's one of us. So, we're just going to wait it out. He still took his class, and he's going to get his permit. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I hope y'all get that fixed, but I'm in Mecklenburg County. Wow, they court case may still be ongoing because, court cases is not like no quick thing. It may still only be going. However, that was during, when they had that, when they was prolonging people's permit, that was more so like 2021, 2022, right? Ever since they hit the sheriff, that's been over with. Now people are getting their cars back in a timely manner when they apply, because it's not, what people don't know, when you apply to get your CCW, it's not always the sheriff that's holding it up, because the sheriff has to go send it to some hospital or whatever, right? And then they have to approve it, and then it comes back to them. So it ain't always the sheriff who's holding it up.
Since he's been in New York, I know how this works. I'm law enforcement too. I work with law enforcement, let me just say that. So I know how it works, and I know how long it's supposed to take. Just because North Carolina wants to hold things off, I think they had a viable lawsuit, and I still think they're doing the same thing. But I understand what you're saying.
They're not doing it no more. I'm in Mexico.
Okay.
Christ on the cross. My God.
Alicia, one of the things I just want to add, and I think you understand to some degree, and I've heard a few other people, Rashad, Cowboy, until we go overseas. But when I started doing part-time law enforcement, especially in our communities, as soon as, black, white, no matter. And I mean, and normally, and I'm saying even from the ones that I see, law enforcement isn't going to say anything unless you are breaking the law. And I'm talking about laws. There could be something as small as, parking in the fire lane,
where there's clear signs that say do not park in the fire lane, black people will do it. And so then when you say something, oh, you don't, like the issues just go crazy. And then it's I know the law, I know my rights. Like, you have no idea how many people don't understand that when they're breaking the law, and then throw the black card and all these other crazy things that don't make any sense, right? When we really talk about us being law-abiding citizens, just no different than shooting somebody, or just, even when we talk about, we all break the law when we talk about when we speed, or with the way that we drive.
Picking on you and they're picking people up. Even if you do have a registered gun, they're still taking those. What we're trying to get y'all to understand is that they're not giving a fuck about our rights at all, and they're doing whatever they want to do. And because the law is slow, it's taking time to overthrow this stuff until whenever they feel like it.
They don't even have reasonable suspicion. Like people aren't even suspected of crimes, and they're fucking being stopped and frisked and all kinds of stuff. Like, these are blatant constitutional violations. If we're talking about following the law, like, the burden is especially higher on government officials than individuals who have the law on their side, like law enforcement.
That's time.
So what does that mean for a gun?
Let me address this. Let me just quickly. So we excuse the folks who have the highest burden, who have the ability to kill lawfully, and we say instead, well, shit's crazy, so you shouldn't be doing something illegal. The burden should be placed on the individuals who represent the state, because they are supposed to uphold the Constitution and the protections that are afforded in the Bill of Rights. That's the point. The burden is higher for them. The onus should not be placed exclusively or squarely on individuals who may break the law. The individuals who are supposed to hold them up. When you know this as a soldier,
I get that.
as a person who's in the military, the burden is especially higher for you.
Martial law hasn't been declared. There are no figures. Stay off the street, right? We're still free, right? This is not, quote unquote, a police state. Motherfuckers want to argue you down. It's not martial law. Motherfuckers want to argue you down. But yet and still, you want us to act. You want us to act as if this is what we were living in, right? And I mean, for any of you law enforcement people, I know that when y'all pull people over, or if y'all stop somebody, the first thing y'all do is read a motherfucker his rights. And you can be sanctioned or disciplined for not. You can throw a case for not. So why is it that you understand the requirement of rights in your job, but you don't understand, like, the 10th Amendment and the rights that states or cities or citizens have when it comes to being policed by a motherfucking military force? Like, how do y'all miss that?
So what I was going to offer is what it should be isn't what it is, and that's the reason why we're in this situation, right? What things should be, a woman should be able to walk down the street or go running in whatever little bitty piece of clothes that she wants to, and not be whistled at or anything like that. But we know what reality is. So if you know what's going on in DC, you might want to use your street smarts and say, okay, this is probably not a good time to be going down there with a weapon or doing anything illegal.
You know why that's terrible? What you just said, you know what just flashed in my head? Fucking Emmett Till. He should have known. It's all I'm gonna say. He should have known better.
The way you flipped that was crazy, yo, because I totally got what he was saying.
Right.
What you don't get is we're United States citizens. We have rights, and this country is governed by the rule of law. You can reach into anybody's state, anybody's city, and do what the fuck he wants. This is what y'all are saying, basically.
Yep.
So this is where we at. This is what niggas who forefathers fought based on their constitutional rights. This is what they progeny. This is what they died for y'all niggas to want to give up the ghost.
It's not horrific. It's actually only 30 days, and it seems like it's been pretty effective.
He threatened to come to Chicago. He has no jurisdiction.
And he should. He should go to that shithole called Chicago and clean it up.
You know what? Y'all motherfuckers watch too much TV, and you're not traveled.
He should go to that shithole to Chicago and clean it up.
Chicago is a clean city. It's a wonderful city.
I want black people to be able to walk out of their homes and walk on the sidewalk and get some exercise.
Guess what?
So,
The country
yes.
says no.
Yeah, but shouldn't they be, if they want the kids, if they want the kids to live free, shouldn't he be setting these people in like places like Appalachia, a lot of the suburbs where a lot of, white Americans live, right? When you look at the crimes, as far as things like pedophilia, human trafficking in this country, it's leaning a higher percent in one direction. So why isn't he, putting those assets in those communities, right?
I mean, most crime is in the major cities. That's not.
That's not the case. Y'all are
That's the case, bro. See, it's so interesting. You know, it's so interesting, man. Like, I guess like a lot of y'all are kind of like defeated, right? So you don't know what to do, right? So where are those kids? Why don't you put those assets to finding those kids?
Well, I agree with you, though, but I think you have to choose and pick which battle you're going to.
Well, what about the kids? Isn't that the biggest battle, right?
It's like you guys are undoing. It's like you guys are undoing your argument, right? So on one hand, you're saying that Trump.
No. I'm saying if this is true, and this is what he really truly wants, why doesn't he attack the big problem every 40 seconds? Kids would be able to walk around and play freely if there were less pedophiles on the streets, right? And a lot of these people live in the suburbs. Why don't he go there?
Somebody said the kids are the problem. Hello, man.
What are you yeah, I'm about to tripping. All right, y'all. Thank you for coming. This has been a great space, man. Yeah, I'm on.
Don't do this again. It's a good conversation.
What is?
We use them as a punching bag, Chanel. We use them as a punching bag.
Well, there's more. First, Palestinians are not Palestinian Americans that are citizens are not full citizens of America because they're Palestinian, and he is a full citizen, even though he doesn't even live here. And he's going to be president in 30.
But you want to see that, Black Robert?
President.
You're going to be president in 2034?
And what was happening in March? Some executive order that you were going to 32. In 34, you said you have two executive orders that you'll be placing. What was the first in March? Do you remember? I know you were really high yesterday, so I don't know if you remember.
Mental illness is a horrible thing to have. And he gave me death for that. He wants to kill me. This was a few months ago. He got butthurt, triggered. He wants to kill me. Gave a bunch of threats to Ace, about me or whatever. We have screenshots, everything on it. He's like, we're gonna get the FBI involved, police involved. So when you come from that background, he lost all the respect I had. Like any teeny bitty respect that I had left for him, it was all gone down the toilet.
But that just seems like bipolar disorder to me. What you guys are describing. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's why we use it as a punching bag.
Man, I don't know, Black Rabbi. You always be in here, so you're kind of asking for it.
He likes to sit around and eat his chips. He walks around Jerusalem or Tel Aviv 3 o'clock in the morning, constantly taking money out of the ATM and cash.
But Amir, he forgot to put out there that.
Give him threats, and he was threatening everybody in the room, doxing. He wants to dox everybody. Do you remember that day, Black Rabbi? back to the brother Alonzo's room, and he's talking smack about me that I want to go kill him. I'm giving him threats or whatever. This son of a gun ran around and lied about me.
I think you misunderstood. He didn't say he wanted to dox anybody. He said he wanted to box everybody.
You gotta stick and move in a boxing ring, and I don't think he can move that quick. But
I mean, as long as you got chips there, then sure, he'll be able to move.
yeah, he's throwing chip bags left and right, center. He'll move back and forth. I mean, must be some pretty good chips.
And he was, these are kosher chips that he was telling me about the other day. I don't know.
Black, are you married? Or have any kids?
She left her.
Yeah, he's married and he has like 10 kids.
No, he married a white woman and Ashkenazi woman, and they got divorced. And then he was supposed to marry this Nigerian girl, and I don't know what happened there. What happened there, Black Rabbi?
Not the Nigerians.
What happened to that Black Rabbi? What happened to that girl?
He said that he went to a white woman. He doesn't want a black woman.
But, so, hear about, Ashkenazi woman versus a Nigerian. Those are two different cultures.
He wants to come down. Yeah, woman now.
A Black Rabbi, he's breathing heavy now. He's getting upset.
Wait, what?
Oh, I don't know.
Black Rabbi. You want to put in your life, but you never here? Yeah. There's certain laws about you can't have a relationship with animals,
No, you're lucky Wednesday didn't hear that.
She's eating dog food.
Not happy.
Who's Rabbit's allegiance to the U.S. or Israel? Does anyone ever have? I'm very curious to know his answer. Rabbit, I'm gonna sound better to your Wi-Fi, your microphone, your tripping, please.
Anyways, I think there's what's it called? There's a lot that's going on. People have been protesting. People have been. I actually shared a bunch of links in the chat. I'll go over it again. The links that I've shared. The first one was thousands demonstrate block roads at start of a nationwide day of protest for hostages. What else was it? Yeah, and then we have the I don't know who I was talking. I think I was talking to. I forgot who I was talking to. I did share that other article as well, where Smotrich said that hostage is not the most important thing. Spartan in relate to this war. And then the next thing I shared. So IDF, this hospital attack that they did, killed a bunch of journalists and whatnot. They were putting the blame on cameras. Cameras were being used, and now they're saying I think it's like 5 of them or 4. Right now,
cameras were being used. What's the claim? Because there are cameras.
Let me read it out to you what the cameras being used. I'll open up the article because I don't want to misquote it. Right here. Okay, let's do it. The investigation into yesterday's attack on Nasser Hospital and Khan Yunis determined that Hamas had installed a surveillance camera at the site to track Israeli troop moving several journalists and it drew international condemnation. The IDF says that of those killed in the incident, 6 were identified as Hamas operatives, including one who took part in the Hamas-led 7th October massacre. In southern Israel, the army retweets that it targets alarm caused to
Wait. But you said it's because of the camera.
Yeah, it's not just the camera, bro.
That's what it said.
By the way, they came out and said that this camera that they were targeting.
Yeah, it's because of the camera. That's what it says in this article.
That's what it says.
But apparently, this camera only covers the surrounding of the hospital, so it had nothing to do with anything happening outside.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
That's what it says in Times of Israel. It's a Jewish source. How can I lie about the Jewish source? This is the Times of Israel.
I think he said because we wanted to hit the camera. So, and then they say there were Hamas people there too. There were Hamas. So the objective was the camera. But by the way, there were Hamas there. So why didn't you target Hamas, not the camera? I mean, you should have led with we targeted because there were 6 Hamas. And what's the camera have to do with anything? Where did it?
By killing?
You mean get Palestinians out of Gaza so you can come in and take it over? That's humane of you? Is that what your God is telling you to do?
Better than them staying there and dying.
What a terrible God you have.
Yeah, it's funny to me. You know, the way you rationalize things, my right, it's so funny. Like, you guys just leave so we can bomb the place and take it over. But we're doing you a favor because we are, like, helping you leave. Like, how does that make sense? And that's the funny thing about you Jews. You create problems.
That's the reality.
You create problems, and then you create the solution as well. And you're like, oh, please, like, when be this dense. You know better. Like, I know somewhere you have to know better.
So you do agree he was... So, Abu, so you did agree he was like 30% stupid before. Now you're saying that this is stupid. Chanel, Abu, please hang on. Abu, please, I'm talking to Chanel. Chanel, you do agree that he was 25% or 40% stupid before, right? Before this conversation.
You know.
Now you see what we were talking about. He's like fucking mentally not there in the head.
That's what I mean. Like, this guy, there's missing something wrong with you. Like, you need to see not a psychiatrist. You need to see like a sheikh. Those exorcists. See an exorcist in every religion, Christian, Muslim, exorcist, whatever it is. Like, you should see them because this is
exorcism.
What do you play, Grandma? I don't know. What's your real name?
Sharif Hassan.
What?
Sharif Hassan.
Sharif Hassan?
Yeah, Sharif.
Sharif? Okay. That's a pretty name, like, Rabbi. Why don't you say that?
I don't have a problem with it.
Sharif, I know you're in there somewhere.
First of all, it's Sharif.
Sharif, you're in there somewhere, please.
No. All right. So this is.
In there somewhere. Where's Sharif?
Please, I want to speak to Sharif. I know you have a heart. At the end of the day, I know.
The key point is you cannot allow collateral damage to block the overall objective, right? Unfortunately, yes.
The objective was camera. No fucking camera.
He said we cannot allow collateral damage to get in the way of our objectives. That's a genocider right there. No matter what, no matter how many people die, you must meet your objective. But you've had that opportunity. You killed unlimited amounts of people. You still haven't met your objectives. What's that tell you? You are a failure. You're a failed state with a failed military.
This is him. I'm just gonna play like less than 30 seconds. This is background.
About terrorism and the dangers of Islam are not quite what they seem.
100%. That's it.
Teaching about what Islam is and that we're going to bring Sharia law. And we even had, people believe this, that we had entire cities around the country that were no-go zones for any non-Muslim in America. But yet they couldn't point to it. This is on Fox News. And they couldn't point to a single city.
Here, I'll put it for you. I'll put it in the chat. How can we sit here and say that everything
and they made a lot of money
is a lie and then believe when he says that he's a Muslim? It makes no sense. It's not.
Yeah, no. A lot of them were not Muslim, and but it was a time where you could write a book, a cheap ass book, and make millions of dollars by holding talks. Look up Pamela Geller. Her daughter in the last couple of years was, this is over 20 years ago. Her daughter grew up and she became a big influencer on Instagram. And then people found out who her mother is. And then, a lot of people dropped her. She had like a fashion brand. Her mother was going and giving talks about how Muslims are taking over America. How they're Pamela Geller. She was on. She was so funny. There was a website, moonwatch.com or .org, and they had a whole thing on her. And for example, she took a picture of where was it? Nigeria or somewhere in Africa of an explosion. Okay, and there are Pakistani soldiers there. And she was saying how the Pakistanians came in. Military happened to be there refueling or something, and then so they saw what happened and they came in to help. But I mean, Moonwatch has a whole thing on her, and others like her.
Yeah, but I don't go out. I like to this. I'm talking
specifically. If you're saying collateral damage, which are Muslims, we can kill as many Muslims as we want, as long as we get what we want. As long as we make. You're saying collateral damage doesn't matter as long as our objectives are met. That's what you said. Not even 10 minutes ago. So this is hate for Muslims.
There will be no issues, right? But they resist, and that's the problem.
Well, so what would happen if they stop resisting? What would happen?
They would live happily ever.
How? Like where? Like how? Give me an example.
They could slowly. They could build legitimate infrastructure. They could create a real economy. They could get rid of violent in the areas in Ramallah, in Gaza, it's throughout Israel. You know what I mean? The northern parts. They have an area to build a vibrant economy.
Area?
Yeah, they are.
Like an area, like not a nation or anything, or no rights, no rights, no protection.
Right now, they're just talking about. Right now, at the stage, we're talking about civility.
Civility?
That's the stage right now.
You just said to meet your objectives, you will collateral damage doesn't matter. Or what did you say? It doesn't matter how much collateral damage you go through to meet your objectives. That's what you said.
Unfortunately.
And you're talking about you are civil? And you're going to bring stability to Palestinians?
Order.
Wait, Black Robert, do you really think that you can...
Order? This is at McDonald's.
Do you think like you can like...
I think he's talking about the same type of order that Germany tried to bring to them in 48.
No, I'm just curious. Like,
what's up, Lonzo?
What's up?
No, I'm just asking you. Back up.
The goal and objective is to remove the perception of them being Palestinian and to give
them remove their identity.
Okay, let's hear it.
Because the identity of a Palestinian is built into this thing.
Okay, can I just say something to that? Wasn't that exactly the same white people said about Africa when they came there? And so also all the jewelry, all the diamonds and everything, all the resources, and gave them weapons so they could fight each other.
No, what it is not really.
Is that how it is?
Well, what you're witnessing is the will of the American people, right? The will of the American people is what you see redesigning the Middle East. Yes, Israel's there. Israel's on the front.
You would have thought they had better internet connection in Israel. They got this trashy. Black Robert, how is it that you have so trashy internet? Like every time I'm talking to you, I can't hear you. Like you're always in the matrix.
So just keep it going. The point is saying Israel is on the front lines, but this is the will of the American people, right? What you're witnessing in the Middle East is
Israel's here. Israel's like the Green Berets on the front line. They're going right in. They're brave. That's why.
I'm sure you're too referring to U.S. or Israel.
There's no difference. It's the same country.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There's no difference. Anyways, the point is just saying that's.
I just wanted that from my record, Robin.
Yeah, there's no separation. It's exactly the same idea. In fact, it's like your left arm, your right arm. You know what I'm saying?
So what you're saying is that both USA and Israel are the same.
Yeah, I'm saying Israel is the right hand, and America is the left hand of God.
You want to become the president of the U.S. in 2013?
Hey, Mordecai, now that you think, we know that you think your Judaism and you think your rabbinical, licenses and stuff like that, should we actually give a shit about what you think is right or left hand of God at this point, or are we still going to accept that bullshit now?
So you should ask him, when he said left and right, you should ask him which God is it like?
God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Yeah.
How could anybody think that God is on the side of Israel, the Zionist apartheid genocide of Israel? So this type of God would condone babies, children, massacre people, stealing. No, God is not like that. That's your God, not our God.
Absolutely.
Indeed, you can also hear the fact that Mordecai actually believes that he is the judge himself in court.
I can't hear because people was talking. He's the Jal?
Yeah, he said that he thinks he's the judge.
No, he's just messing around. He's trolling.
I know. He's retarded.
Anyways, the point is to say that nothing happens in this world without God's permission.
I wanted that.
Yes.
So you're saying God wanted the Jews to get killed?
And you're saying that
anybody who dies on planet Earth.
And you think God
Anybody who planet
of every single country
that
they've been in, with the exception of like 4.
Exactly. Yeah. So we all come back to Israel.
Okay. So what do you think you guys could do better to stop getting kicked out of these countries?
Stay in Israel. Build Israel. Make Israel stronger.
So when you say stay in Israel, do you mean to expand that to any other parts like Gaza, Palestine,
Gaza is
Lebanon, Syria, Jordan?
Certain parts of Lebanon, certain parts of
but that's not staying in Israel. God's gonna punish you again. Yeah, but you said God said stay in Israel, right?
Israel is part of
Jordan is Jordan. Lebanon is Lebanon. Syria is Syria. So is that why you get kicked out so many different countries? Because you keep on expanding?
So I'm gonna help you out. So
and there we have it. And there we have it.
Abraham walked in Mecca. He was in Mecca.
Did he walk in China?
Mount Sinai is in Mecca.
What about China? Did he walk in China?
I don't know wherever he
Morris, he walked in the Caribbean. Walaikum salam. He walked in the Caribbean. Yo, he walked in Dominican Republic.
Leave the Caribbean. No, leave the Caribbean out of this. We want no parts of that shit. Oh, yeah, kicked them.
No. He leaves on his own when he knows that he's becoming people are just.
No, the funniest thing that he made about the claim of Mecca is like, if he's claiming that, the Islamic claim, then he's just proving his Judaism wrong.
In his last claim, he was trying to make an assertion like basically the world belongs to them.
Yeah, no, but he's retarded.
I was
trying to get him to say things like less, like within.
He did say he wants to make Israel strong, which to me means that he doesn't feel that Israel is strong anymore.
And he also said, stop resisting. I wanted to say something about that earlier. I'm not sleeping.
But actually, like, I just confused. How are all of these Zionists also, like, very staunch that the word is not being biblical? Like, it'd be it's self-reflective, I think, is the best way to put it.
And I don't really get his point about it's God's will. I mean, I think he's just trolling half the time. Half the time he's serious. But God's will, what does he mean by God's will? I mean, what was it? What is his point? This is God's will. I mean, I don't know.
He's saying because God ordained Israel, he also ordained the Holocaust and the Nazis. He also ordained everything else that happened in history, which is one of the most retarded points you can ever make, even as a Jew.
Now you get it. Now you get it.
Yeah, Devin, Monsters found for 3,500 years Israel been the home of the Jews. Yeah, so it's been the home of the Palestinians as well. Palestinians, many of them were Jewish, many of them became Christian, many of them became Muslim, some remained Jewish. They're indigenous to that land, they live in there forever. We have Palestinians on the south.
Longer than 3,500 years, actually. History doesn't start when what line? Blanking from the Canaanites, where the Jews come from.
Bro, he reviews the same shit every single day.
Where do Jews come from? What line? Ishmael is the Arabs and
Isaac.
Yeah. So
yeah, we have a Canaanite on this app. We have many Canaanites. Edward's a Canaanite. And these Jews, they say, when they do their DNA tests, they're so European, a lot of white, all these different races mixed in. They're less, their DNA is less of that from that region than the very people they're trying to genocide.
that's the results. So.
But Monty, that land was promised to them over 3,000 years ago.
Just like Iran, Trump has moved out soldiers from the base in Iraq. I don't know if that means anything.
He actually started doing that when Iran and Israel won that.
So he didn't. There wasn't a cert. Yeah, I know he did, but I thought he started doing it again, moving soldiers out. He brought them back in and started moving them out again in the last 3 days.
I don't know why he's doing that, but actually nowadays, if anything, America is being targeted inside of Iraq. They're going after companies, not after military bases.
Say that again.
What's this term? This
Well, something is about to go down. It seems that people are saying Israel is going to attack. Iran believes an attack is imminent from Israel. So something is about to go down.
Who's going to hit first?
I think they're doing that. I think they're doing that to try to cover, so all eyes would be on Iran and Israel fighting and the atrocities that they're going to commit to the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Not like they're doing it already, but this is going to be 20 times magnified.
Possibly, but here's the thing.
They're evil.
With this and that, Iran is going to have to retaliate in a very, very strong way, or it's like the people are going to go up against them. I think so, right? It's going to be a little bit different than how it was last time.
Well, the last attack there, Israel hit them with a
there that I spoke to. They said, and I read on the news somewhere that a lot of them were captured and a lot of them were taken care of. So that threat might be a little less this time around. So
Actually, man, I read that too. Edward, let me just add one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I also read something today about, I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently Russia sold or gave the locations of the defense systems that they have in Iran to the Israelis. And that's how they were able to target them.
When?
I don't know if it's true or not, but I actually read it on one of the pages that I found.
No, a strong Iran would be in Russia's best interest, because obviously aid is giving Iran a 12-day war and not finishing the job, which they couldn't finish the job. But if you couldn't finish the job, the biggest mistake they made is giving them those 12 days, because those 12 days, Iran gained the experience of testing their systems in battle with very little damage, because it was only 12 days long. And that's experience you cannot buy. You have to.
Oh, they bought it, all right.
And so they had a limited engagement, so that Iran was able to test, see where their systems are weak, see what worked, what didn't work. So they revamped their whole government, restructured it so that information moves very fast. Commanders on the ground can make decisions autonomously. The weapon systems are now deployed differently. They've recalibrated their radar. I mean, they made thousands of changes, thousands, and that's because of experience. That's pretty crazy. I mean, the Iran that Israel would attack next is not going to be the same Iran.
I agree on that one, Edward. And on the previous person was General or someone. Yeah, that news is fake about the Russian giving a spot or location to the Israeli. There's a bunch of Russia phobia also is in Iran. False information can bring it down the whole system of the defense system, that which is Iran military, thinking there's a weak point. Actually, there is between Iran and Russia good strategy and good working on every defense or any needs to be done. They have back and forth intelligence between each other, saying that Russia is behind selling the location. That's absolutely a fake, and it's just discard that news.
I've never thought this, but they said the world will know our might or something like this if they're attacked. So we'll see what happens.
And another thing you was mentioned about in Iraq, the American moving around. American just trying to achieve their own goal, but the Hezbollah to get them disarmed. They're trying to do the same thing in Iraq with the Hashd al-Shaabi. They are very afraid of Hashd al-Shaabi and Hezbollah. That's why they're trying so hard, to dismantle the Hashd al-Shaabi. And the government in Iraq, they know exactly what will happen next if they do that. And they gain a lot of pressure. I mean, but that's the situation with Iraq. They don't have much of control over there. So they get pushed so much by America to get rid of the Hashd al-Shaabi. Why there's so much they're pushing on them and Hezbollah? There's something big fear they know that they are capable on the ground, and you should know they are capable on the sea battle, sea too. It just has come to show they have good stuff over there ready for the moment. So they know they have to get rid of before any serious attack or anything, because they're afraid of Hezbollah and Hashd al-Shaabi. And
I was just saying,
guy. But I'll go back. Clarence Thomas wasn't even the number one pick for the Republicans. He was down the list too. I didn't think he was more eminently qualified than every other black male. Like he was no third good Marshall, let's be honest. He's still not. Like even on his best day, his place on Sunday is not anywhere near what Marshall was. So, I mean, I liked him, but at the same time, I look at some of his decisions, some of his writings, and kind of go, all right, this is lukewarm. It feels like
decisions, and as you know, people's rights are continuing to be taken away. His name will go down in history as being a part of the bitch that made that happen. Particularly when it comes to things like voting rights and affirmative action, which you guys seem to conflate DEI with, which it's not. DEI is not affirmative action. DEI is a mechanism, so it's for an organization to quantify how diverse they are, if they're diverse at all. Where are they not diverse? And why is this happening? It's data that can guide action as it relates to, wow, so are we just not, going to the Black Ivy League schools? Are we not going to the AAPI Ivy League schools? Because a lot of I forget the acronym. There's specifically that, right? Like, or are we not making right? There's no enforcement. It's data for people who give a fuck. Now, everybody is not going to give a fuck. But for those people that give a fuck, they have a way to quantify how segregated or how exclusive racially, gender, veterans, etc., that they are, because they might want to intentionally look for veterans that hold the skill set that they're looking for a position. Right?
So can you identify who would be hired?
They wouldn't just quote unquote give a random veteran a position. Right? But they would go to military job fairs, perhaps, and make sure that candidates were aware of their company, because they want to make sure that they're hiring vets. Like that is the job application. You're asked about your veteran status. You're asked about if you have a disability, and you're asked about your race, because there's different types of diversity. Right?
I'm saying, how do you determine if they're hired based on those?
That they're hired. I determine that they're hired based on whatever candidates were hired before. They were just probably became aware of the position through another mechanism. I said specifically, there are job fairs that target women. There are job fairs that target veterans. There are job fairs that target natives and AAIPI. Like all groups have job fairs, because usually the country is still so segregated, right? People have to like work together and
discriminatory that you're targeting a certain group, which means you have to exclude other groups.
No, because those candidates are going to be also, like, again, DEI, there's no enforcement. What don't you get about that?
Well, it is. Hold on, listen. The targeting part is enforced.
No.
Correct.
A targeting for a job fair, bro?
Correct, yes.
So letting different people know that you exist. So are the...
No. Not letting them know, but you're...
Because that's what a job fair is.
Well, yeah, but it's open to everybody. Once you cut off other groups, you're being discriminatory. You're saying, I'm not going to hire you. You just said targeting.
Who said that other people aren't going to be there?
It's targeted for those who so say that.
Have you ever been to a job fair?
I have, but listen to what you're saying. Let's get to what you said. If you target, okay, good. All right, so let's say that. Let's say there's a job fair to what you said. That's targeting women.
hypothetically, let's say other men are there, which doesn't make sense if you're targeting women, you have in there. But let's just say, okay, that's fine. But that's still, but the ideal is that the men are there and they might not be in the know that they're not prioritized. You're prioritizing the sex over the other sex, and therefore there's going to be a less likely chance you get the job as a male because they prefer females.
Who said anything about priority?
That's what targeting means. Oh, Jesus. That's what targeting means to you. It does.
No, it doesn't.
You're targeting this thing opposed to that thing. So, come on, man.
No, it's not. No. Different high schools, right, with different populations. Is that a target? Are they really targeting?
It depends on what they're targeting, yes. They be targeting something. Yes, that's common sense.
Right.
Why here opposed to there?
But because, hey, it's not no here opposed there. It's everyone. Like, it's not like Yale or Stanford or wherever the fuck they were going before is not still being recruited from. As a matter of fact, again, according to the data, these things, again, since there is no enforcement, there's only like a minor increment of bump of inclusion because you're now exposed to a different pool of people. But the majority of your employees are still going to come from the same, not only universities, because we know that most hiring, especially at the corporate level, is done by what? A reference. They recommend people. And the same thing happens with elite institutions. Most of the people that go to elite institutions are legacy, or they've been recruited because of what? Sports or whatever. Like, this is the goal or the core value of the institution is to not be segregated and to have a diverse
One, the discriminatory aspect of it. Secondly, to undermine the narrative situation.
If it's not diverse, isn't there already de facto discrimination happening?
No.
Okay, all right.
That's not true, no.
Sure.
Right.
So how do you determine discrimination?
I'm glad you asked. Exactly what you said. Targeting particular demographics. That's discriminatory. That's what it is. So 50 years ago, let me explain, because you just spoke. Let me try to explain what I'm saying so you can understand me, because you just spoke. 50 to 80 years ago. Well, you asked me a question, and you had a big spiel. So let me just run this real quick so I can tell you what I think discriminatory practice is. What you just said, essentially, but let's just go back some years, because we'll be doing the same thing, just with different demographic. There's a hiring job fair, and they are hiring only white people because they don't want to hire black people, right? And they don't care about diversity of other groups. They care about what they just, which I just call racism. They say now we're going to target other groups as opposed to what they did back then. The principle doesn't change. It's the same. If you target a demographic based on race and gender, it's a form of discrimination. I know you. When you say in DEI they're targeting a certain demographic based on unique characteristics such as your gender, your sex, that's discriminatory.
Yeah, it's not. No, it's not.
Whoa. Excuse me. It's not discriminatory.
Define discrimination.
Yes. Yes, we can. Let's do it. Let's do it right now.
And tell me.
I think everybody understands what this means.
And opening up your.
Just because you're doing it, to the group you like doesn't mean it's not discriminatory. That's what it is.
It's not one group.
It don't matter how many groups. If you're in school, any group is still discriminatory.
What is the opposite of diversity, friend?
I know what diversity is. That's why we don't like it. That's the whole point. I get it. You're trying to get something outside of it. I get it. Something that's different, diverse. Yes.
What is the opposite?
I get what you're saying. Queen, king. I get what you're saying. We got it.
Diversity. Can you answer?
You want to answer the question? Yes, I can answer the question.
Okay, answer it.
Diversity. No, we understand. We don't need to answer it because we get the fucking point. We don't need to do that. No, it's not a C. It's trivia. Yes, call it what you want to, but you being stupid, acting like discrimination is not discrimination.
That's low.
But you're acting like this. Yeah, I know. It's the irony of this. I want you to understand what you say don't mean anything to me because I don't consider you smart. So it doesn't mean anything to me. So it's trivial. This is called obfuscation. You're gonna do this and we're gonna go somewhere else. That's why she wants you to do the stupid shit. We get the point. We get it. No, it's not bullshit. The bullshit is you trying to go somewhere else opposed to stick to the point. That's why she wants to do this.
It's a nice thing, but it's not the highest goal.
And yell instead of answer the fucking question.
No, you're sticking to a point. You want to ask that question because you want to go somewhere else, and this is what you do when you have an argument
You
No.
didn't answer.
Yeah, you're right. I could exactly. There's no need to because we're going somewhere we don't need to go.
Marshall,
Marshall, go ahead, Marshall, because we're not going over this here.
Hey, King, just got back on my truck. I just cleaned it. What's going on?
what's the opposite of discrimination?
That's it. Fucking matters. Please answer because this go nowhere.
The antonym of discrimination, I guess, would be empowered. If I'm thinking, the antonym would be empowered, but I have to look that up to double check.
The opposite.
Or true preference. She's trying to get you to say equality.
No, the opposite of discrimination is exclusion. It's segregation. Stupid.
No. That's what you're doing, though, dummy. When you prefer one group over the other, that's what you're doing. Doesn't matter, idiot. Stick to the point. That's why you keep asking these dumbass questions. Stick to the point. No. What are you getting comprehension? Because you can't. We're good. So let's not talk to each other. But y'all see how stupid she is. She's trying to act like discrimination is not discrimination because it favors the group she likes. Okay, good. Yes, like you fucking know me. Like I don't know you. I don't care. You're too fucking stupid to have it, and that's why DEI sucks. None of your fucking business. How about that?
Yeah.
None of your fucking business. How about that?
I don't know.
Look that up. Look up none of your fucking business.
Maybe because
Go Google none of your fucking business and see what that is for a living.
Well, King, the problem is though, is that if you have okay, so DEI or affirmative action in a way is a preference. DEI is which is, for example, hold on.
Don't conflate the two because they're not the same.
Okay. Sure. And that's why 90+% of the fucking jobs post-pandemic ended up going to minorities.
Where's your evidence of that?
I don't know about any of that, bro.
Yeah, that's definitely not true.
I did look this. Hold on. I did look up the synonyms and antonyms to the word discriminate. So we might have a more honest conversation about it. So synonyms to discriminate are differentiate, distinguish, difference, discern, separate, discern, understand, know, comprehend, contradistinguish. Well, I've never heard that one before. Divide, sever, set off, demarcate, mark off, grasp, or part. The antonyms to the word discriminate are confuse, mix up, mistake, lump together, confound, and mingle. These come from the Merriam-Webster dictionary. If anybody prefers the Oxford English, just let me know and I'll look it up.
So what about the context of discrimination, racial discrimination? Talking, Brad, I wasn't dissing you. I wasn't talking to you. I wasn't dissing you. So you don't have to get hyped on.
I'm not dissing. I'm not. Like let's tone it down a bit. I allowed it to go. I was doing something else, but trying to figure out how to work a fucking crock pot. But
you still struggling with that, Brad?
Fuck yeah.
Marshall, ask ChatGPT.
Go ahead.
Ask ChatGPT what the opposite of racial discrimination is.
It'd be racial inclusion.
It would be racial preference. The opposite of discrimination is preference.
Thank you, Devin.
Well, what's the point?
Hey, y'all still arguing?
Racial.
Yeah, I've been waiting for her to grab a song.
Wait a minute.
This is you have to check ChatGPT. Good question. Since racial discrimination means treating people unfairly or unequally based on race, its antonyms would be words or phrases that capture fairness, like equality and respect across races. Some possible antonyms include racial equality. Often use racial equality, equity, or justice as true opposites.
But it's not natural.
That's what ChatGPT says.
That is it.
No. Hold on.
God damn it.
We have the meaning from Merriam-Webster, and we have what ChatGPT says too, as ways to discuss that.
I got an idea. Why don't we just use the English language instead of trying to define the word?
Not the synonym. So can you give the synonym to racial discrimination?
Why are we playing this fucking game? Equality?
Thank you.
Because we can't have
Equality is stupid shit.
Jesus Christ, shut up the game.
conversation if y'all
James, shut the fuck up and let me finish. I'm a goddamn mod. Will you shut up? Jesus Christ. No, okay. Having racial equality, for example, would be having the neutral stance. Okay. Me only hiring white people and telling my hiring managers to only hire white people would be an example. It would be the opposite. I have a preference for my own, and it's exclusionary third group. In other words, there's two sides. One gets the preference, one gets the exclusion. The opposite is the person that's getting preferred. Equality would just be neutrality. In other words, you don't have a preference or exclusion for either group.
Exclusion is inclusion. Thank you.
That doesn't discount what I said.
Yeah, she said discrimination first. Yeah, but this is stupid. Just get to your fucking point, King. We've been doing this for like 10 minutes.
The English language is not a mystery. You guys can twist and turn all you want, but it's very clear. The shit is not a mystery. If you refuse to accept it because you don't like it, that's personal.
You still haven't made your point yet, King. We've been on this for 10 fucking minutes. You haven't made a point. What's your fucking point, King? Please.
And you still didn't answer the question, so.
I did. I said a long time ago when you tried the other people to answer. I told you you weren't saying it. Okay. Well, it was not a good point. All right, let's move forward.
The opposite of exclusion.
No, the opposite. No, what affirmative action in DEI was preference for dark people, and it is opposed to preference for white people. Literally, it's literally swinging the fucking pendulum in the opposite fucking direction.
That's not true. That's not true. So the groups are basically not white and women. That's it. Shit.
Okay, is diversity the highest priority?
DEI applies also to veterans.
Yes, I can say that we get it. Yeah, that's correct.
Is diversity the highest priority? Is that the most important thing? Diversity?
For the left, yes, it is. For them, they don't give a shit about anything else. It's not white. That's all they care about.
We do not care about DEI. We do not care. Devin.
Yes. Yes.
Do you believe in the free market?
The free market.
Yeah, I did that. I'm really getting a headache from this. I mean, either we make a point and move on, or
I'm talking about organization.
What
you're doing is changing the topic.
Okay. No, I'm not, because you're.
Guys, the mod is talking. Goddamn.
Hey, there shouldn't be anybody talking when Patricia's talking. Period. Like, she is one of the four horsemen of this entire club. Let her finish. Then you guys can go.
yeah, I just want you to make your point, King.
Make sure it's based on facts. Otherwise, you're fucking crazy. You're responding emotionally.
No, you're responding emotionally with your fucking watermelon logic, and it's fucking obnoxious. The reason why people are against DEI is they have to put up with black girl magic from people like you.
What do you do for a living, John? Genius. Mr. High IQ.
I fire black people for a living. How's that fucking sound?
Yeah, I doubt that very much. You probably got your GED.
Okay, well you're taking a little too long on your break to scream in your big mic. So why don't you go back to work before you get fired?
How do we get a great America? Do we get a great America?
Funding Israel. No more great America. That's how.
I asked you, it's a hypothetical.
No longer funding Israel. That would help.
It's just a thought experiment. How do we get a great America? By aiming for diversity or by aiming for greatness, merit, high quality achievements?
But that's what diversity was supposed to be for. It was supposed to be a merit-based logic, and it turned about how diversity is this quote-unquote black thing, and that's just the most untrue thing. It is a white woman and a white and in the tech industry. This whole color conundrum where you're now starting to see black faces in the DEI space is primarily black women, and that's because there's some benefits that, depending on your institution, there's some benefits that you can get from being quote unquote a double or triple minority. Diversity today basically means anybody but a heterosexual white male that is not in the military or has disability.
Yeah, it's also very like field.
But diversity includes everybody except for those people.
And I found that
I mean, in technology, maybe it is white people. I have no. There's all different fields where people excel. In individual fields, Oriental people might excel. Women might excel in another field. Gay people might excel in another field. Maybe Jewish people excel in a certain field. I don't know. Whatever it is, if it's based on meritocracy, that makes for a great America.
That's how it started. Like that was the initial intent, and it has dwelled into something else, which I do not agree with. But the initial intent about diversity was merit, and today what it's become is something different.
I mean, don't you guys? I mean, I even think like the some groups do better than others in the United States. It's, statistically, this all bears out. And I don't, there's no real way you can try to, I don't know, I guess try to even quote unquote even things out so people are equally as educated and equally have as much money if from the different groups without you basically, I guess you say, abusing and taking advantage of not taking advantage, how do I put it? Like you'd have to have almost like an actual communist fucking country.
I don't think anybody's asked for equality in money though. I think just opportunity is all. That's it. I think that's the goal. Just equal opportunities to get a shot. That's it.
Well, can I ask you a question then?
Go.
Why? So New York City, more than half of the children, the Chinese children, live below the poverty line. I learned this a couple of years ago. Yet they still outperform every other. I would say, are black children or white children in New York City, for example, not being given the same opportunities, or do they have a shittier culture when it comes to education in comparison to these Chinese kids?
Culture, 100%.
It's culture, 100%. There's a New York Times best-selling book called Tiger Mom, and it's an Asian woman author that wrote about immigrants and parenting, and listed 8 immigrant groups that have they have a very, very intense culture as it relates to education in America. And this is the reason why people from those immigrant groups tend to excel in a capitalistic market or the United States of America. But the book Tiger Mom goes into it. It's called The Immigrant Advantage. And it's really between the nationalized newer Americans in that first generation. But studies show by the third generation of that same family, they tend to have the same results as a average everyday American. So to me, what that signals is that over time, people become completely matriculated into that culture, and some of their outcomes are very similar with everyday Americans. But that sort of immigrant advantage disappears within 2 to 3 generations.
But I guess, I don't know that data, so I'll take your word for it. But is it I wouldn't call it lack of equality if I don't think there's anything we as a country can do when it comes to how people raise their children. And of course, I don't think all parents are really equipped to study and aren't being pushed by their parents. I think it's just...
That's the culture. That's a cultural issue.
Yeah, but how do you change that culture? These smaller, dense Chinese communities in New York City. I don't think you can do that.
I think the issue is that I don't think people as adults we want to give up the pleasures because all the shit that the kids do that kind of distract them from being disciplined, ambitious, and smart is the same shit we do as adults. We like playing games, gambling, drinking, being on the internet, spending countless time doing nothing essentially, and we have to take the initiative to kind of change our society for the youth in order for them to start following the path we set. Because the only reason we got here because we let ourselves be here, so we have to start with us to change that essentially.
And I did want to say this one thing about the conflation of diversity and affirmative action. If you Google right now, and I'm not saying this to be sarcastic or sound like a smartass, I'm just saying to get some actual factual knowledge, is the quote-unquote affirmative action has been banned by the state of California since 1996, right? So anybody alive today that has gone through the college system, unless you graduated before 1996, you're not a quote affirmative action or diversity hire, right? Because people like conflating the two. It's been banned since 1996, right? Thomas Sowell has a book where he talks about the challenges of affirmative action, him being a Stanford professor and him teaching all over, being a professor all over the United States. He talks about the challenges and why it's wrong, right? And so I agree with a lot of his points. If you put somebody who is not at the same level or at the same standard of excellence in a space where there is that standard, then you're setting a Midwest Southern thing. But California put a ban to that a long time ago. And when I was hearing all these changes as somebody that has worked decades in the D&I industry, and it really wasn't even an industry until after George Floyd. It really was not. It was a low-paying job. It was a job where you really were a cog of HR. It wasn't a big deal for black folks until George Floyd, right? But black folks have somehow been labeled with this affirmative action and this diversity thing, where it doesn't matter if you're talking about university hiring, it doesn't matter if you're talking about government hiring, it doesn't matter if you're talking about the private sector hiring. The biggest beneficiary of any affirmative action and diversity, equity, inclusion initiative, number one, white women. Number two, white LGBTQ. And number three is white veterans or veterans in general. Those are the biggest beneficiaries. Black people just got blamed for it, like the quote unquote, remember the welfare queen from back in the day? I think it was Reagan that went on this thing about this welfare queen, and it was this black woman. You can Google this because Google and ChatGPT is free. That woman was an Italian woman cosplaying as a black woman. The welfare queen, that whole welfare queen campaign, that was an Italian woman cosplaying as a black woman. That wasn't even a black woman. So in the history of America, when it comes to DEI, when it comes to affirmative action, it's only been branded as this black initiative. But when you look at the data, you'll find that black people are the least to benefit from any of these initiatives. And it's just a statistical thing. When you look at it, there are more white women in America. There are more white LGBTQ or LGBTQ in America. Black people got beat up for all this stuff, but they did not benefit in the same ways that other groups did. And I land my plan.
Yeah. So I would take it you're not making an argument that we shouldn't have it because of that, right? And I'm not for the I'm just a yes or no real quick, Casey.
You said what?
I'm not taking that you say we should have DEI because it benefits the least, right?
We should not have this version of DEI. We should not have this version. The DEI that my father built, the DEI that I built was based on merit, not based on what we're seeing here today.
So when you say based on merit, because it's kind of changed things up, give me a quick example if you could. What do you mean? Just who performs the best, who has the best outcome?
Right. So again, there are certain metrics that, depending on the organization you work for, you look at when it comes to making a hiring decision. The interview is a part of that. If it's more of a new hire, you're going to look at education and grades. But if you're more of a mid-level management, you'll look at experiences and title. And if you can quantify the actual performance, you'll look at those metrics as well. And so what I've seen, and you can Google this yourself, is what I've seen is, particularly in the finance banking industry, like JP Morgan, the company that I used to work for, is there was no way that you could justify hiring a quote unquote. It doesn't even have to be a black person. It could have been a woman. It could have been LGBTQ. It could have been a black person. There's no way that you could use our metrics and our hiring standards to hire this person over this person. So how is it that they got the job over X candidate, right? And so the actual CEO, Jamie Dimon, came out and said, hey, we looked at the data ourselves. We didn't hire a third party. We looked at the hiring data ourselves, and we did find that there was some discrepancy, there was some discrimination, and so we're going to work internally to fix that. But we want to let the public know that we did our own due diligence, and we found out ourselves that we do have discriminatory practices based on our own metrics that we set forward. And this happened maybe 5 to 8 years ago. Jamie Dimon did a public press conference and released an article saying, like, no, we do have discriminatory practices, and it wasn't based on any particular race, gender, or sexual orientation. We're just saying that, hey, you can't justify hiring this person based on.
Hey, I have a question for you. Hey, can I?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So one of the things that I've noticed, I spend a good amount of time on Clubhouse just to relax a little bit and listen to both sides. Though I'm a person of color and lean right, when I go into most of the rooms, especially the politically correct room, where majority of the population is black folks, why do they make this whole movement about everything is going anti-black? And they there are some coincidences, like for example, like where he was talking about sending National Guard and military to all these bigger, but he's talking about cities in general, like LA. So LA is very diversified, and it has nothing to do just with black people, but because they always tell me that this is targeting black people, and I have a hard time understanding why it is.
As someone born in Berkeley and raised in Oakland, California is only a city like Oakland or LA is only branded as black. I don't speak for all black people, but I will say this is within these conversations, whether it's cultural wars, whether it's conversations about DEI or affirmative action, black folks have just been branded. Like, again, California does not have many black people. Black people are actually retreating to the south. Cities like Oakland and LA are no longer quote unquote black cities, even though they have a significant population. There's more white people here in Oakland. There's more Mexican people here in Oakland. San Francisco is actually, after white people, is Chinese or Asian people that dominate the population. So there is no quote unquote black city on the West Coast anywhere, actually.
But somehow Democrat and the left party is able to spin it against, this whole thing is about targeting black people. I see, that's the part that I not understand, even no matter how much I explain about the situation in LA.
Because some people want to sow dissension. You sow dissension in a society. You pit people against other people, and many people from various areas of society wish to deploy dissension for their own purposes. It's political on any level. Even when it's purely social, it's political. It's trying to get your point across. I don't think I made myself too clear, but whenever you invoke identity, you are trying to sow dissension. Dissension is when people are against one another. I think I'd have to look up the word.
So do you think is it because the political party, whether it's left or right, are not like being able to give the right tools for people of minority to succeed? That's why they have to come across these kind of different programs and agendas and make it part of the campaign for them to get the the visibility into and consideration into the society. But like, where is the political party failing? Like, I mean, I'm not talking specifically the Trump's administration, but even if you were to look back, the previous administrations, where have they failed? Like, in terms of empowerment, California has the most amount of programs to help, no matter whoever you are. I mean, they're okay to bankrupt themselves to the last penny, but they just want to give money and help people. But I still don't see any progress. And that has costed the taxpayers in California so much, and we're so frustrated with so many initiatives happening around with no result who contribute to society and try to make an impact to lean right, because the left has shown nothing but no results.
So, I agree with you in so many different ways. I used to be a staunch Democrat that voted Democrat for forever, and then recently, by recently I mean the past 8 years, I've become independent, and I only vote based on policy. There's no loyalty to any party. It's kind of like being a political prostitute, where you go back and forth based on the proposed policies. You're going to make a vote based on that, and not necessarily a party. I think the Democratic Party has failed, particularly Black people, in many ways, but I'm just gonna make a overarching thing. I feel like the Democratic Party caters to the emotions in people. They would like a emotional reaction that will secure votes for them. And so I feel in many ways that the Democratic Party has failed. I remember there was a policy, if you stole something from somebody, but it was less than $1,800 or something, then they couldn't really do anything. I think policies like that have crippled Californians. And from a policy standpoint, if you look at how Californians have voted, just from a state policy, it was much more conservative than it's ever been. And I see that as a key performance indicator to the Democratic Party. Like, hey, maybe we've gone a little bit too far left, and we have to move a little bit more in the middle in order to gain some voters back. The reality is, I think that this is how I view politics, is a way that all Black people should view politics, because there is no party necessarily for us. It's just like, which one is better than the other. So for me, again, it just comes down to what the candidate, whether it's at the state level, the local level, or the national level, what they're proposing, and voting based on that. Because the Democratic Party, as it's been, has been something that is a emotional jerker. They want you to vote based off emotions instead of logic.
Joe B., did you want to add to the conversation? For a phone call, and so I don't know how much longer he's going to be, but I think I'm going to shut it down, because you guys are getting a little too spicy in the chat there, and we all have lives and other things to do. So thank you for coming back to the Political Compass. We're going to be running more rooms a bit more often when schedules permit. If Brad is available later today, we might open something back up. But for now, thank you for coming.
But before you came in here, I gave you nothing but praise. As a matter of fact, to make sure they came back, because I was going to reach out to you so you can come in here and talk about the stable coins against everybody. If you don't have any interest, then don't come. Seriously, you're to me, I'm talking to now a person who is not even a fucking adult, is a child. No one put your finger on the button and press 420. Nobody. You chose to come in here, and I'm only telling you this because this might be your fucking last time, and I really don't care. It is her last time. You're trying to tell me about how my room is a piece of shit. Well, you know what, I agree with you for even allowing this conversation. Yes, because didn't nobody take her home or or take her to the Waffle House. So she up in here crying, you know. Carrie say, Carrie say, Mama, you're not Captain Save-A-Ho. You are not Captain Save-A-Ho. I tried.
Trump needs to go after these black cities. They're horrible.
Hey, Trump.
Okay, so whatever sickness you're suffering for, I got somebody for you. I'll give you a recommendation so you can go get help. But see, I told you about these black men. They come into here and they say the craziest, stupid ass shit about their own people, about their own communities. Just for the week to exterminate. You're part of the problem. The problem. So you and your family don't live in a black community. You and your family, all of them. All 12.
Don't do black. Black is a problem.
You black. You got the jail-free card? You black.
Let me break this down to you.
You black. You don't have to break shit down.
I know
You don't have to. That is so disgusting. That is so disgusting that you got.
We know DC is terrible. We know.
Where you live? Where you live? I don't know where you live. Where you live? So you don't live in no city. Shut the fuck up.
I'm in a major city. I'm being honest, but if you don't want to have dialogue,
you're a provocateur, and you.
But if you let me finish, I'll break it down to you. But
I don't have to. In the fucking morning. Nobody want to hear you coming here.
Isn't that your topic? Trump on black cities. I'm telling you, it needs it.
No, it doesn't need it.
It does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Here's the problem. You guys need to exterminate people like him. If you guys want to shoot people, this is exactly who you're going to get rid of right here. No, but you're a criminal. You're a criminal to our community.
Tell me how.
You are.
Tell me how.
Okay, you don't have a community. I'm going to say that.
The niggas up.
Oh, and my
Take away the black bitches, UDTs, and they Section 8.
Hey, first of all,
Netflix and actually all that stuff.
all the black women. Y'all need to exterminate that. Here's the deal. You're fighting to maintain
That's right. You just love niggas shit. Don't matter. Your time is up. Keep crying. This is no more Section 8. You're about to lose your housing.
Relax. Take your tap shoes off and relax. You're going to kill us. You are the kind of people that need to be exterminated.
You're going to get kicked out your apartment.
You dumbass nigga. I don't live in an apartment. Go to
Section 8. I know a Section 8.
I don't have a fucking apartment.
Don't let that trip you up.
You dealing with it.
I called you, bitch. I called you. Public your out.
You did. Alright, so is we done or is we done? Okay, so yeah. Nobody else sent me a time, so yeah, it's a wrap. That was very painful. That was very painful to hear. That was way too early in the morning for somebody to come in, literally, and start calling me bitches at 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, God. Yeah, even if he was baiting me, Quinn, he succeeded. That's really early in the morning. I don't even know if I'm coming or going. My hair was plaited down and in my pajamas. Shit, I don't know. But I invited him to come back so I could apologize for my behavior. So I invited him to come back. Well, I don't know if that's the one. Hey, man, boy, if that was the reason for the conversation or what we were supposed to be listening to. Y'all was all hype. Yeah, listen to it. No, y'all need to listen to
culturally, because she was on fire. I don't know what happened, because by that time I was already in the tub, but I could hear culturally, what's his name? Culturally just. Y'all need to listen to Just and Matt if you guys want content, because Just and Matt, I don't even know who they were talking. Oh, you know who they were talking to? Who was it? Maya was it Ion or was it somebody else? I didn't even know it was Ion. Okay, yeah, I don't know, but that was crazy.
Can I say something real fast, please?
Yes, Brooklyn. Don't say. Brooklyn, you in there too. You were wilding out too. Y'all go get Brooklyn. She was wilding out from the beginning.
I'm gonna tell you this though, Lisa. This is for you, okay? Now, take a seat. If you decide that it's in your best interest to apologize to that nigga for that, something wrong. Like this is like victim. This is like what victims like keep getting victimized, knowing that they victims. You can't let these people do that to you. He called you everything but a child of God. He was about to you on. He thought like a nigga. Yeah. He thought like one. That was well deserved. Believe that. You do not apologize things that he said from the get-go. Yes, he was a nigga, big nigga energy too. And he could be from any country, any color. At this point, he was on some bullshit. So please don't apologize to him for that. Don't. If you ever decide that you want to apologize to people for telling them about themselves, contact me first, because I'm going to tell you not to do it. You don't never apologize to niggas like that ever.
But you guys must know him, because
I don't even know him. I don't even know who that was, but besides the point, they all trolls at the end of the day.
Because that came in my came in my back channel, and I don't know if he wanted what he wanted from me, but he said that, oh, I know him, he's a nice guy, he was just trolling you. I said, well, he called me a black bitch. I mean, what do you want me to do with that? And he goes, oh, but he's black Hispanic. I was like, okay. What? But he was just in there trolling you, just having fun. I'm like, no, I don't do that.
Yeah, I don't even play with people like that, though. Don't play with me like that. These is grown people, adults. Okay? Like, I only take for so much of the bullshit either. This is why some of them, they know, my patience get real low. You are grown adult men and women. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to start acting like it. I'm not taking no fucking trolling as an excuse. I don't give a fuck. You shouldn't have got on the internet to troll nobody. Now you talk to them as such. And then you dismiss them and make them go away. That's how you treat them people. You don't fucking be nice to them. Y'all gotta start being nice.
It's like, you are not built for that shit. And I'm like, yeah, in so many words. But, I felt out of body at the time, and I didn't feel comfortable with what I was doing, but I just didn't have any self-control at the time. So some of the things I said, you just coming out of my mouth, I felt uncomfortable with, but I said them. So, like fuck you and nigga and all that kind of stuff like that. I mean, when I do that, I don't feel good after that. Brooklyn, I don't. I mean, you guys might think whatever, and I really don't care at this point. But I don't feel comfortable, doing stuff like that, because after it's over, it's still with me, and I can't release that. So, yeah.
And then y'all have Blue on stage. Oh my goodness.
Who is Blue?
Wait.
I don't know.
Is here.
Oh, well, I don't. I'm so tired of you. You don't come in my room anymore. What is going on with you?
Black folks and us black folks.
This is the second time I've been on the app in a while.
I know. So.
I'll come in your room. I just haven't been on the app. I'll be listening outside, getting my shit together, trying to be productive. But look, I had to come to say this real quick. You can't apologize to these hoe ass, bitch ass weirds in this room letting this motherfucker come in here and talk crazy like that. Y'all really let motherfuckers come in here and talk crazy like that? All these Packers in this room.
That's why
y'all let this
so much, because you always jump in.
If she left the replay play,
What's going on?
We talked to him after that. They stopped the replay right at the point where we stopped talking, me and Just talking. Oh, okay. Ain't no way they should be able to get that kind of shit off in the room without being made to feel the small little fucking piece of shit they are in that small little box they belong in. And that should be kicked to the curb. You don't place that outside on your front porch. Talking about your apartment and all that shit is crazy as hell, man. These people on this app got no fucking life. But at that point, we knew what he was doing. We just told her not to respond to him because he was trying to bait her in. Yeah, he was definitely baiting. That's a fact. That's what I'm saying. With them kind of people, you just remove them, put them in the audience. Just don't even talk to them. They're not even worth conversing. But you know what? I don't think he's capable of having a conversation to really validate his points if somebody systematically breaks it down. Like, you really have no points. You're just articulating bullshit that you've heard and repackaged in more bullshit. Which is why you just put it on the audience and don't talk to him. He was trying to be inflammatory. That's the reason why we just said don't talk to him. I give people a service by actually talking to them, by giving them enough space to breathe. Just don't even talk to him. Yeah, he said some shit that should have, his head should have been tore off.
What are you guys talking about?
It's a lot of self-hate, of self-hate just being spewed, man. Self-hate.
Well, I don't know.
It's sure.
Hey, I don't come in here, I'm looking at the title, and then last week we had that conversation about how many black women Trump has dismissed from the government in high-ranking position, and here he goes again, another one. I mean, Trump has literally gotten rid of every black person I knew who was in leadership in government, in the federal government. He reassigned some to lower-ranking positions, and he outright fired others he could. He doesn't want one black woman in any position.
Wasn't that what the gerrymandering was about in Texas?
Yeah, trying to get rid of Al Green and what's her name? Jasmine.
Crockett.
Yeah, I think that was more that than getting the seats, because he wanted to get rid of Crockett. So, and he knew that she would always be reelected in her district. So this is like a backdoor kitchen table meeting that they had and said, oh, we can do this on the slick and plus get more seats. So that's what I think. And I was in a room, I don't remember whose room it was, but they were talking about the overall plan of this administration and connecting the dots. And I kind of stole that from them, because there is a concerted effort to either eliminate or to devalue, and I think it's devalue more the black community, because with the no cash bail system, if you're marching, the RICO Act, deportation without due process, all that stuff is going to start manifesting itself once people start getting arrested, start lifting up their voice and lifting up their heads, and pretty soon, children being tried as adults. So if you put all that together, and also bringing the police and the military into your communities, if you add all those elements together, you're fucked. No cash bail. Your kids are going to be, if they're out there marching, treated as adults or whatever they're doing. Because he said, look at he's getting a kid. No. It was kids up there. I played the quote. Kids were someplace out and about in D.C., And he said, look at these kids. And he goes, no, then he changed it into gang. Then he changed it into thugs. And then he said, once they saw the military or the National Guard, whatever, they ran back to where the hell they came from. It's like, this is... So if you had once again, backtracking, if you had all those puzzle pieces together and you put them in order, this is bad news for the Black community, period, point blank. He doesn't like blacks, and he's showing you in roundabout ways how he's going to dehumanize you, demoralize you, devalue you, and put you in, like you were talking about, boxes where you belong.
So this is not the only... Today, you guys listened to his speech today while his cabinet meeting, when he talked about how he's going to return education to the states. And obviously, when you look at the states and the cities, especially the blue cities and red states, they're going to seriously underfund schools in those cities. I mean, Trump is a considered effort. And I tell people that it was they started with first trying to devalue us in education. Lately, you know what meme I see circulating among the right wing? Memes about black women are not the most educated. Blah, 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 blah. Those have been just proliferating around the right wing. And I can always track to see what they're talking about, because when I see people that I know who are right wing who push this shit, what they're saying, and then you see the meme factories start making memes on this shit. And then that's how a lot of them actually get that information out of their memes. They share with their friends, they think it's funny, and that's how it just permeates through this spirit. And the thing about it is that people don't understand that the restriction of blacks at, say, Ivy League schools was done for one purpose. You know, because we could say that, hey, we went to your schools, we went to your best schools. Why shouldn't we have to say that? I went to the same prestigious school as you are. Why shouldn't I be able to apply for the same jobs? So now, and then in the same time, they were saying that HSBCU schools are undereducated black folks. They're not. You don't get a real education when you go to those schools. So one, they want to prevent us from going to the best.
Hey, what's up, Walter?
Hey, what's up?
Nothing. I'm just about to go sit in the sun. What are you doing?
Yeah, what's that interview I had with that guy?
It's with the college down in Normal. Oh, are you talking about the one on the YouTube now with George Deinhard?
No, the other guy, Benjamin.
Oh, that's coming up. That's in Normal. Bloomington Normal.
How big is that?
It'll be good press. It's worth it.
I mean, how many people look at that?
It doesn't matter. It gives me credibility because it's with a name brand publisher. So it would be stupid for me not to go down there and get that publicity, because that's how I build my resume going forward, you know?
And what about, they could do interviews over the phone or what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they want to, they want to get me cornered, put me in the booth on the college, and I'm like, haven't you guys heard of the fucking internet? You fucking Stugats. We got to be efficient here.
Stugats. Everybody's making alliances right now.
I'm about to gas up Aaron Delmar real good. I got a gas.
Yeah, when I heard that.
So I'm gonna overlay the audio of Aaron Delmar screaming on top of his images, and then everybody can hear what Aaron Delmar sounds like when he gets angry.
Yeah, how's that? When you know that digital stuff?
It's migraine, and he'll be like,
man. Anything else is happening?
No. Got some paperwork I gotta do.
What's your stuff?
No, lawsuit against the Treasury Department. Scott Besson. My manager, she called me a whore, so I sued them.
Why you gotta send that?
I gotta send it by the end of the week.
is it for?
It's a lawsuit against the Treasury Department, Scott Bessent.
Why, he owes you money?
That's what I claim. I say he owes me at least 1 year's salary. I should have asked for 3 years of salary.
Oh, that's crazy.
I'm going to update the amount to $210,000 now that I think of it.
Well, that's nuts, isn't it?
It's not nuts. They got to get a law. They're legally required to give me an attorney and pay for it. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
That's the kind of rights you got when you're a government employee. You know, you are the government, so they give you the full service. They don't give a fuck how much it costs.
So what happened? You just...
No, I'm filing a grievance for harassment.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's all law. It's lawfare. It's funny. They had books on it inside the office. I was like, you know what? I might need these.
That's nuts, actually.
These things happen all the time. People, you know how much Congress has paid out in sexual harassment lawsuits over the past 20 years? Like $1 billion. Wow. All right, well, listen, I'm going to send you the link to a room that I'm in right now because I'm recording it. So I will talk to you soon or see you in the room.
Is the CEO of her chapter, a regional urban league. And so it's just, in my family, it's like, hey, you're going to be active. And I don't know about everybody else, but there are regional, like Dr. A.G. was saying, and regional chapters. I just encourage people to reach out. And sometimes they may not be loud, but they are active.
And these organizations, you know, they are the people, and they can only do so much that they have the people power to do.
And listen, there's an era that has happened.
I haven't heard anything from them, though. I don't understand what we're saying. Because I just said what I said.
What do you want to hear?
I don't understand. What do I want to hear? I want to hear them say anything. It's like, have they said anything about what's... No, seriously. I mean, I know you guys...
I'm being quite serious.
I'm serious, too. I've heard nothing.
The Urban League is very engaged in the lawsuits as it's the end of deal with that. And they're also engaged in trying to strategize private partnerships to create opportunities in the gap that's going to be made with all of this stuff that's happening with the federal government.
Of membership comes a lack of funding. So people don't participate in them, they don't give them money because over time we have allowed, this goes hand in hand with the lack of education. This goes hand in hand with the being propagandized. We have examples of that on stage as we say that they're not as vocal, even though they're doing the real work. As Dr. A.G. has just so eloquently laid out, they do a lot of the work behind the scenes, and they do have people that come and speak on people's behalf. There have been instances where the NAA has supported Sabrina Fulton during the time when Trayvon Martin was killed. There's a lot of things that they do, and countless others after that. They were involved in Mike Brown in St. Louis. There's a lot of, if you're looking for things that they do publicly and visibly, they do a lot of different things, but we have to understand what they are and what their function is. They do exactly what they can do with the lack of membership and with the lack, because they're not funded well. They've not been able to evolve into the new time period.
I mean, this is the information age. I'm sorry, Jemima Land. This is the information age. And there's a lot of ways to get, to reinvent your organization, if that's what you want to do, and get the word out there. I don't know what's going on, because literally, if you start asking people to get involved, if you start making yourself more visible and your message more clear, there's nobody. Never mind. I'm gonna go, man.
I'm just saying, you're not wrong. You're in right path, dude.
They filed a lawsuit against the DOE, right, for cutting off the funding, right? And they really pushed back against DEI when that came out. We might not have heard about it because it wasn't as publicly broadcast, but they're actually doing the legal work. Like they're filing the lawsuits that actually contest the actions that Trump is taking right now. So I
it's not as publicized as we would like to see it, but they definitely are fighting Trump.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, they can't do that without new blood. Like, you're talking about people who were involved in the 80s who are now in their 80s. You know, you need new blood. You need people who understand the importance of it. And there are, it's not everybody, but they just don't have I mean, when people say that, they always look at them as eternal organizations who will continue to do the work no matter what. But we don't often understand that we are now the people who are supposed to be the people involved in that. And many of us are not.
And it's their charge. It's their charge to get, if they're 80, just like, oh my God, I don't want to have this conversation, but can I just say this part? Just like Maxine Waters, she's getting ready to, I guess, retire. I'm not sure when or how, where, but just like we're saying, you have to bring, you're the emeritus, you have to bring people behind you, and you have to know how to get that done. That's their charge. It's not my charge. It's their charge. So let us know what you what's going on, what you need, what you want to do, whatever, and then I'll be there to support. But I don't have the expertise in this. I don't know the ins and outs of nothing of this. That's their charge to educate me.
Respectfully, the people that are in the NAACP and the Urban League, they're not all 80, right?
No, they're not at all.
I have 3, so not everybody is old. And sometimes you have to go to the place where the information is. And somebody put something in the chat, and my comment was, clearly you don't know what these organizations are, what their purpose is, and how they work. Because the NAACP and the Urban League, they're not going to be blasting on Instagram. They're not going to be blasting on social media. They're going to put out informationals. They're going to put out updates, and that's how they work. There's a very narrow line. I didn't interrupt. There's a very narrow line that these organizations have to walk in doing the work that they do. And so I guess I just don't get it, because they have a website that announces what they do, where they're appearing, what their conferences are, what their conventions are, what the projects are that they're working on. That, like Quinn said, they ask for public donations to support their work. I don't know, and I will confess to a bit of, and I've said this before, like a bit of impatience when I hear, as I often do, I hear people talk about inaction when there's clearly action. And being uninformed isn't always the responsibility of the source about which you want the information. There's labor that goes into keeping oneself informed and active. And I just had this conversation today, and my comment was, get up and find out. You can find out. The information is out there, but sometimes you have to seek it. It's not just falling in your lap. So I admit my impatience around this, because this is something that I'm consistently confronting, and it's very aggravating. And I know.
And Dr. Rachel, just to be clear.
Can I ask you, as an instructor, as somebody so these young people don't know anything about that?
That's not true. That is not true. College campuses have NAACP sections. They have college division.
Not all college campuses. Not all.
Lisa, let me
There's not one on Berkeley. There's not. NAACP, and it's not on every college campus. It probably is on a college campus. I'm not denying that, but I know the ones that I'm not on. I'm just asking. This the way we're in this society right now, with the way we disseminate information. You're saying that we need to get up there and find it out, but a lot of kids don't know where to go to find this kind of. They don't know about none of that. SNCC, NAACP, Urban League. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you are wrong.
No, I could be wrong. Am I the only one who's wrong?
Can I just say that about the university?
You're right.
Respond to this about the university. Can I just respond to this? So you're organization, you are absolutely correct. Most cities, if you are located near a major city, there is that you have to go out and get active. And so it's not true that young people on college campuses are not engaged with these organizations. A lot of young people use these organizations to introduce you for that. So a lot of these young people are active in campus organizations. And the social justice organizations are a very popular avenue for students. And this is across demographic, right? So at my institution, for example, every month they met with the university chancellor to discuss what their issues were with the campus culture. So it's not fair to say that the young people aren't engaged. It's just not fair.
Well, I never said that. I said
you did. You said they don't know about it.
They don't. Ma'am,
and I'm saying that's not true.
Okay, so the people that you know, I don't know every
student.
Right,
so your population is smaller than mine.
Probably.
Yeah, because I advise organizations, and so I know how they coordinate across college campuses across the country. So there are very active young people. That's all.
And I'm aware of that, and that's what I'm trying to curate within my own situation. But I just admitted that I don't know everything, and I don't ever claim. No, I'm just saying. Okay. Let me go.
Let me say this real quick, right?
No, real quick. Like, yo,
hold on, John. That's another way to talk. Real quick. I hear both of their sides because I totally understand what Dr. AG is saying. They are active. They do have a Instagram with a couple million followers on there, right? I would love to see them kind of, I know they need a budget to do this, but have a budget to reach out to the influencers because a lot of the times the young people are more in touch with like not just an isolated social media page, but they follow certain influencers. And if you can get them to reconvey that message, I think it would be heavily impactful. The Urban League last month did put out a state of an emergency PSA. It went out onto major news networks. They say we're under attack, right? They are part of the lawsuit against the DOE, along with the NAACP that was filed in February, right? This hasn't been like big news because they don't want to highlight this in the news, but this is happening. So there is pushback. But on the other side, on the flip side, like what Lisa's saying, I understand too. Like I would like to see them in more locations. I know they need funding to do so, and I know they're soliciting and looking for it, but you have to really go out there and actively look to support them, right? Because they don't have the funding that they need. There is no, like my daughter goes to UCLA, there's no NAACP chapter on that campus. None. Zero. Not even student run. Nothing. Right? They only are listed as off campus. My daughter complains about that. So I see both sides of the coin.
Well, go ahead, John. I'm sorry. You.
Yeah, what I'm saying is without young people that want to join that NAACP and all that, it would die. You need new blood in that. That's the truth. And then, you know what I mean? I raised my nieces in them. They're all college. They're getting their masters. You know what I mean? So like, you know what I mean? I went to school for a little bit. I got an associate. I just in calculus. So like I took statistics. I took all of that. So like I'm just like, now I'm a little older. I'm just like, some of it didn't make any sense to me. I'm just like, what's the point? You know what I mean? So I'd rather just work, get a family, and raise them to be successful. Like, you know what I mean? I'm a man. Like, what's the point? What is the point of that?
That is what I've been asking this whole time. The reason why the NAACP, first of all, the NAACP never had to be on college campuses to be relevant. So people sought out the NAACP to be a part of it because of what we're experiencing now are younger people who some of your parents to them the importance of the NAACP, and probably because you haven't seen the importance of the NAACP, and it's because people don't think it's it's relevant in its time because you don't actually know the work they're doing. You're not seeing them on TV. You're not seeing, but you do see them. You just don't know that you're seeing them. I guess maybe that's not the best explanation, but they do very important work. They've been doing very important work. It's just when people think that they're not doing something according to their whatever they think that their stance for activism is or speaking out on certain issues. That's not the only work that's being done. There's a lot of work and very important work that has been done by loudmouth people or people who are very quiet, and they do have times when they are loud too. So I mean that is a little bit confusing. So there's times when they do their work and they're doing the real work. So we just have to get by and support them. They shouldn't have to find us. We should find them.
Now, to that point, into the transparency, I've been a member since I was
money makes more money to make money. Money, you gotta make money to make money.
This doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about, sir. Respectfully, it doesn't. Nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Let that man speak. He raised his nieces and nephews and put them through college. Let that man speak.
I'll go after
I tell you all the time. Yeah. Money makes more money than labor. That is true. Regardless how you think about it.
You'll be wrong for that.
That is true. There is no point in labor if you can use money to make money.
I'm gonna follow up on what Quinn was saying. I don't know I'm not as in depth with the NAACP. I know they're good, but I know more of the National Urban League because I had one of my family members. We actually interviewed her here on the app a year or two ago in one of my spaces. She's since retired from her position in the National Urban League. They do a lot of good in their respective chapters. My aunt, who was the CEO of the chapter in her major city, she instituted a shoe program for the youth, for not just African American youth, but she opened it up to anyone who was in need. Especially in this time of going back to school, making sure that kids from families of less means had all that they needed. They have a youth program where they're getting youth involved. In her chapter, or I should keep saying her chapter, she's in her former chapter, they have financial literacy programs. They have helped young people, especially young Black people, take one foot into home ownership and that first step into wealth building that has so often passed us by because of redlining and other things of that nature that have held us back as a community. So this is something that I recognize my own biases because this is something that I've grown up with within my own family structure. But I know that's not available to all. But they're just looking. I encourage. I was about to say open up the yellow pages, but Google your own respective city. If there isn't a chapter within your own city, see if there's one nearby. Mark Morales, the head of the overall National Urban League, they have something going on. I think by the end of this week in Harlem with Right, Wrong, or Indifferent with Al Sharpton and Martin Luther King III. If you get on the email or if you become a member, you're privy to this information. Yes. And that's just to anyone.
Don't have chapters because majority of them are their way.
I think that's some of it, yeah. Because student organizations can only be founded by students. So I'll say that anyway. Yeah, student organization.
Yeah, I'm asking because I know UH has a chapter, so we know UH is majority Black and Hispanic from college.
And a lot of the schools that have them, the chapters are older, and the students have just carried it. They were bringing theirs back. This was like maybe 10, 15 years ago. They were bringing theirs back because it had languished, and they were renewing it. And so there is a resurgence of it. But yeah, that's why it's the student population. And different universities universities have different rules for how to form student organizations, but at most universities, you can form a student organization with as little as 5 people. It doesn't take a lot.
So basically, are y'all here or where?
Yeah, we're here, Brooklyn.
Okay, so basically, it would take for the kid to want to be involved, but then it will also take for the parent to
Encourage your child probably to go to a school that has, more of the Black community.
But they
The majority of the Black community.
But they got local chapters outside of college.
Oh, of course.
Do it outside of college.
But I believe that it's also the parent encouraging the child. The child
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like it would probably be based on the parents' involvement. So it's like a trickle down. You're not involved if you're not really telling your kids you're not pro-Black with your kids. Then your kids ain't pro-Black either.
That's true. Like, I was saying this, because earlier you were asking her. I thought that initially because UCLA only has like 5 to 6% Black, right? So I figured that must be why they don't have a formal NAACP chapter, right? But then I started doing my research, and there are a lot of HBCUs that don't have a formal NAACP chapter. So it's not just a percentage, right? That's not it. They have it's usually student initiated. If the students aren't, like you said, being parented in that way, or they don't have mentors or affiliates that are moving in that direction to kind of motivate them to organize and seek out formal affiliation with the NAACP, it doesn't happen. It's usually student initiated. It doesn't matter if it's, like Dr. A.G. said, 4 or 5 students. It doesn't matter. As long as they initiate and formally affiliate, you're there, right? But they're just not being motivated to do so, or they're joining other groups and they just have other focuses. And that's more the problem than the amount of Black students that are there.
And honestly, being uninformed just really can't be. So it's like I don't feel like people should have to be motivated. Like you should to think that Black people have certain issues in this country, brown people have certain issues. So that should motivate you, but I feel like we debilitate young people by, saying things like this. They don't know, so help them. Like, pass it down. Like you said, information just does not fall out the air. You got it. Any information, even information on Instagram, you still got to go get it. You have to reach for it, and even if you want to verify it, you have to research it further. So I think that's kind of our problem, is that we like what? Like I don't even know that type of thought process. Like, go out and get it, find out somebody doing it.
And I think this is one of the things I've recognized, because being 76, I've now taught several generations, and these 18, I would say these 18 to 24-year-olds and other people thereabout, but for that particular demographic, they are some of the most uninformed, claiming having access to information people I have ever met. They have access to more information than even I could have imagined accessing, and without doing any work. They don't have to leave their homes, right? They don't even have to be home. They could be in a public restroom in McDonald's and access information. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, and I, as a Gen Xer, I think Gen X has to take responsibility for the poor education of their children. The poor foundation building and rooting their children in a certain cultural politic and a certain Black politic.
Amen.
These people run around here talking all this craziness about Black people, about Black. It is no wonder that because they disseminate this information so widely that we are in the state that we are in. So yes, it is the parents. You have to get your kid anchored in the tradition and encourage your child to work, to create and continue the Black Project, which is access to the franchise and the privileges and rights of citizenship for everyone. And if you're not doing it, your kid's not going to do it either. And your kid gonna find kids who ain't doing it. And then we gonna be fucked up sideways in the world.
You mean just like we are now, Dr. AJ? You told me
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
So how many of y'all are card carrying posters on the NAACP in here?
I'm actually still a member.
And the Urban League.
I'm a member of the National Urban League.
And the National Council of Negro Women.
Yeah, my daughter.
That's a troll.
I'm also a member. Oh, okay.
You're not trolling. I'm sorry.
You sir. I'm also a member of the
Let's continue with our membership announcements.
I'm also a member of the CBC. You all can be a member of the CBC as well.
Well, I'm not a member of anything, but I'm still hella pro-Black.
To seek out.
Yes, I'm inspired, Dr. AG. Thank you so much.
You're
honestly, I'm inspired. No, seriously, I'm inspired. No, seriously. I already said, and I may need to join an organization at this age of my life. And why not? You know what I mean? Especially now.
I'm sorry.
It makes sense. So, please don't talk to me. It makes sense. All of those organizations, but it wouldn't hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like, join. I'm not tripping.
And let's be clear also, just because we're in the information age doesn't mean that people are going to be informed. You know, to Dr. A.G.'s point, I mean, that you can have information at your fingertips, but you don't have any guidance. Information without guidance is useless. You haven't been guided, and parents don't direct their children toward those things. And if they don't know, then obviously how are you going to, the blind can't lead the blind. So there are people who don't understand the importance of guiding their children, not just to being part of organizations, but understanding in general. So when you don't do that, then there's only nothing to continue passing along. So I mean, they have all the information at their fingertips they want. Don't matter. Nothing you can do with it if you haven't been guided, you haven't been shown how to use it.
You know what I mean? I raised them basically, but they're all like, she was a student president. I made sure you gotta be, what's the point of you even being in council school if you're not a student president? And I told my nephew, what's the point of playing basketball if you ain't the best? What's the point? I look what's the point? You know what I'm saying? You gotta be the best. And they became the best. He became the best. That's what it is. You gotta be the, what's the point? I average 17 points a game. You can Google me. Hey, no joke.
What the hell going on?
I'm a Brooklyn on this. I mean, listen, I try to call it.
Google me. If you're gonna do something, be the best. What's the point?
Absolutely.
What are you doing it for?
Totally agree with you, brother.
I think this is the under 24 that Dr. A.G. was speaking on. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Well, here's the thing. Even if it's trolling, during a serious conversation, it's still juvenile. Just because you don't have the ability to participate in adult conversations, and then you try to
get your kids involved. That's
crazy.
When you get them involved when they're young, in some of these organizations, they go off the call.
You're in the Matrix, Patty. You must have rolled into some bad.
When I was little, my mom had Martin Luther King Day. I'd have to do little paintings that they would auction off at their because they always have their annual gala. When I was in Fort Stewart, or when my dad was in Fort Stewart, and I went down to see him in Fort Stewart, they had this thing in South Carolina. They had this big dinner right before the Masters. Because the Masters is that's the
I think it's Ted Turner who does that golf tournament. That's what you're talking about? Is that what you're talking about, the golf tournament?
You can't pay the bills with words. You gonna pay the bill with skill.
Someone can move him now.
And you pay the bill. Wait, you gotta, no, wait a minute, hold on. Let me say something real quick. I've been real quiet. And I listened to this conversation about the education. And I agree, you know, the Gen X has a responsibility when it comes down to the education. But I also think when it comes down to emotional intelligence, that also needs to be something that needs to be an example. And the example that is shown in this room on a constant basis is not something that I would want the generation that is coming up to resemble. Why? Because it doesn't look good. So you're constantly complaining about somebody else, but nobody's looking in the mirror. Carry on.
Was that for me?
It's for whoever wants to take it.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't have to be anybody specific. I don't target people. Yeah. I'm just saying I'm putting it out there.
Okay. For my money, if again, you know, and that has a place in the conversation as well. But for my money, if we're having a serious debate or serious conversation, and there are people not interested in that, and visibly so, I think removing them is probably a better option than engaging them, and especially when it's not in good faith. If it's in good faith, that's a different approach. They just can't participate in the conversation, or maybe don't have the information, but are willing to learn. Totally different thing. But when people are doing what this cat is doing to my right, that's disruptive because he doesn't prioritize sensible conversation, and he clearly does not participate. Clearly doesn't prioritize that. It's disruptive.
Let's just recalibrate. Let's refocus. Patty, your internet was going in and out, so we couldn't hear. You were saying something about if you start them early.
Yeah, if you start them early, so it's like she's doing that. She's like done this too. She's part of some union, something. Because there's only so many in girls club for tutoring for kids. There's a lot of things that they do on their own if you start them young, and it's something that they take the initiative to do it. If you start them young, right? So even when I was a little kid, you know who actually got us into the.
You're gone again.
I'm fine. Can you hear me?
Now we can. When you were young, who actually started?
Yeah, my mom paid for it. She was the one that paid for us to join the NAACP. And we would go to a church once a month, and they would have meetings. This was before the phone calls and then the monthly meetings, because now they do this mass phone call. You get to hear like what's going on, what the agenda is. But back then, they didn't have the monthly phone calls. It was once a month. We had to show up, dress up, go to this church, and they would have the meetings. And it was an Asian woman. It wasn't my black dad. So like, I don't know. And I think it's good to get your kids involved in these things, and they'll take initiative and do other things.
Patty, you want to say an Asian mom for keeping you connected to the culture? She's doing a good job. But I'm saying she wanted you to know it, and that's what's important.
But that's like part of the point. It doesn't matter that she didn't know the culture. She knew, you know what I'm saying, to get you involved.
Yeah.
A lot of these parents, they don't be teaching their kid about no pride about being black. And so when it be different, everybody want, and that's fine. But we're not gonna get anywhere trying to separate ourselves from the things that are actually uniting us, whether it be through struggle or whatever. But I think that saying that people don't know, a lot of the parents aren't proud of being black themselves. A lot of them
want to be racially ambiguous if they could. They don't want to stand next to a black community, identify with the black community. They want to distance themselves as well. So you can expect them to relay that type of information to their children. Your children are probably following suit. They watching the way their parents move and are doing the exact same thing. They're not proud of their skinny.
And I feel like that's why people don't understand didn't understand Kamala, because one thing that I will say about her that irritated me the most is when people would try to say she wasn't black or bring up the fact that she was the first Indian woman, because you can be both. You can have two heritages or whatever, and be entrenched in both of them. That's it's part of her Indian heritage that she's not black, and that just to me is very indicative of even non-black people understood blackness and that we had a certain pride about ourselves, and I don't see that anymore at all, never ever.
We're living in the post-Obama agenda. Those are espousals from people in the post-Obama generation. Those, and don't get me wrong, there's some people in our generation, as Gen X people, who believe in the same thing, but there weren't as many of them because we saw a different world than they've seen. And we're just at that precipice. We're almost 20 years removed from that, from the election of a black president, which not only for some white people thought that we were in a post-racial era, but there's some black folks who thought we were in a post-racial era. So there are people who are raising their children without the knowledge of who we actually are, compounded with the fact that we have piss poor education and the pride that comes along with knowing who you are. So, and there are people who think that they've arrived and that we're in some post-racial era, and that they don't have that knowing being black doesn't mean the same thing, or it just means that I'm an American.
Quinn, let me ask you this though. What would that matter, right? Let's say Trump is a black advocate. He is on our side. He's pro-black. Everything he's doing is to empower minorities. Let's say that. This is hypothetical. We all know that's not the case, but let's just have that conversation. You still should be very, very, very adamant about them understanding who we are historically, what history has done for and to us, and how that we are viewed. Period. No matter if it's post-racial, pre-racial, current, that's still super important.
You'll get no argument from me. But what I'm saying is that the visual, the fact that we've had a black president, and there are people who are now almost adults who were born in that time, at the time that he was president, who were just born. Racial Obama era, who've grown up in a post-racial Obama era, who think because we've had people running for president who have actually been president, that somehow we're in that post-racial era, so that it doesn't mean as much as maybe some in the generations before have claimed that it is.
And not to mention the fact that we're in a society now where all of a sudden Black Americans, in particular Black people, whatever, can't talk about, what their ancestors been through, the oppression that they went through. And so, you don't need an exhibit of slavery. Why you wanna always be the victim? How many times we done heard that? This is the type of shit that we going through right now. Where's other populace of people all over the world, and they went through shit too, and they get to talk about it. They get to show what we came out of is different for us. They got people that don't want to watch movies about slavery, because we wasn't slaves. We got people saying that this shit ain't happened. We got other groups of people saying that we from Israel, goddamn, we was born here. It's all this shit going on at the same time. And it's just it's disheartening as fuck.
Because nobody has been taught. I'm gonna say this real quick. Sorry, Dr. G. I was just gonna say, because we don't know any Black history. There's nothing you can tell me about Black people. Nothing. Absolutely nothing that would make me not want to be Black or be ashamed of it. You could show me the worst situation, are embarrassed. The way they talk about Black people, the way they refer to them, it's
you can tell that they're embarrassed. I'm not like that because I was taught about being black from very, very small. So I don't have, and I'm not trying to offend nobody, but I don't have a lot of the inferiority complexes that a lot of people have because that's what I know from the beginning, that you know these things because like even what Patty was saying, her mother, not even a black person, pushed her toward these things because she knew what her child was going to face in life. And so now, as an adult, you know, she knows these things. She has these things embedded in her as a black person. And you can't take those things from a person. And those things, they always stay with you. If you have none of that, if all you see and all you associate blackness with is sexy red and hip hop, and then you may have a hard time, even though that still doesn't make me feel no type of way. But you may have a hard time grasping what we're so proud about and what we're going on and on about. But to me, black culture is the most beautiful culture, and everybody should know about it. Not just black. Really, really sad.
Yeah, that's also, I always say this, man, and there is as active, more active, more pronounced, a more deliberate effort to miseducate people, way bigger than there is to educate people. So Brooklyn, what you hear, in line with what Just was just saying, what you hear is the byproduct of that. Is people not having any pride in who they are because they just don't know who they are. They don't know anything. All they know about black history is what they see in their current world. That's it. And that's sad. Like, to us, that's foreign because we learned black history. We saw black people. Some of the people that are mentioned in this so-called black history are people that we know, that we got to experience ourselves. So, I mean, it's just, it is disheartening, but to understand it gives you a little bit of, gives you a little bit of reprieve, but it's disheartening. It's crazy to listen to, but I had to remember, we're in an era post a black president. There's some people who think that signifies that was the end of racism, which is insane.
Brandy, I don't know what you mean by the face of blackness. Like, I don't think there is a face of blackness. I think that black people, I think that y'all don't understand. To me, that's dehumanizing to think that we don't have a myriad of people. Like, we have an Ida B. Wells, so we'll have a sexy red. We're gonna have people with varying values, that ain't gonna line up with what you think. Like, that's what being a human is. Like, some people are different. Some people, why I don't understand why that's so bad to black people. I really, really don't get that.
Because she's approaching with a different mind, though, Just. You see the stuff she wrote earlier. Like, her question is, why should we Actually,
yeah, absolutely.
You did say that. You said it's only a few small facts.
Super empowering.
You said exactly that.
It builds resilience, it builds determination, it builds stick-to-itness. Okay, is my mic broke? Okay. I'm sorry. And I think that's the problem with these young people, is that they have your history, right? When you begin to see your history as an impediment, you are lost. You are lost.
And so we have people that look at themselves this fully thing that they have never even grew up in. They're actually taking what we had, the way we cook, the way we dance, the things that we say, and they're making it their thing. That ain't. It's just like I get so frustrated with a particular group of niggas on the app. Let's just say that I'm really trying not to even talk to them right now, even though one of them is in the chat, because you all have this idea of Black America that is not Black American, and it's so obvious, and then you try to like take things away and ask questions about things that is obviously there, like boats and shit. Like, how else did anybody get over here if it wasn't for a boat? Like, it's so fucking frustrating, y'all. Y'all just don't even understand how pissed off I be most of the time, and most of these lame ass conversations with these lame ass people.
So what I said was, no one wants to watch a slavery movie every Easter. I know I don't. I didn't like when I was the only maybe 2 or 3 Black kids in class, and then the teacher fucking rolls in the television, and we watching a slavery movie, and now everybody's staring at me, the only Black kid in the class. You're like, I don't like that. I didn't like that feeling growing up. So no one is saying do not teach. No one is saying take away history. No one is saying don't know where you come from. But why is it that we lead with the most horrific event that happened to us as people? Why can't we lead with excellence and still know our culture and our history at the same time? That's like waking up every day, looking in the mirror. Slavery? Being a leader?
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Okay, go ahead.
That's like waking up every day, looking in the mirror and saying, I'm stupid, I'm an idiot, I can't do nothing. Okay, I'm gonna go live in this mentality like, this is what happened 400 years ago, this is shit. Like, well, at what point do you detach and say, yep, that happened 400 or 500 years ago, but that's not what's happening to me today, and I'm going to teach my history, I'm going to teach my kids, I'm going to let everybody know, and it should not be removed from history books, it should not be removed from museums. But we should not lead with that. There's so many Black raped, killed, and destroyed as people. It is the big one.
Let me, I just want to.
Let
Dr. G go, and then I'm going to
one of the first doctors, right? One of the first virologists, now what you call them, in this country was an enslaved person. So slavery is a story of excellence, right? But we don't know that history because that part isn't told. But that's why we don't lead with that.
Because
that is the excellence. That is the excellence, though.
That is excellent. Hold on to Dr. AG. Now, I didn't even know that. Now, we led with that. This is a story where these excellent people derive from, and this is how we should not complain or we shouldn't fight. But it's more of a complaint and a woe is me. Then we came from this shit, and look who we are today, and we keep on striving. Not saying you people in this room, but the overall majority of Black people, when you hear and talk to them about struggle, it always goes back to, look what they did to us. Be a head start, blah, 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 blah. Instead of, you know what? We came sections from
why do you not look at that as a critique on how it's, the way it's being taught, who's teaching it, and, when you said that they roll out the movie and the people stare at you, why are you not, like, that's not your fault, that's them. They're ignorant. So, to me, that's the fucked up part right there, that they make you as a Black person, like you filtered in every facet of America. And we came from that? That's the biggest story, like, I don't know, I look at it.
I want to know, have you guys ever heard of the word perseverance? Like,
absolutely, yeah.
Can you please, Austin, please?
Listen. Because I do want to hear him, because he's going to make a point I want to make.
Okay, Dad, I'm going to let you go.
I have the floor for a moment.
Okay, hurry up, because I got to go somewhere. Make your point.
Oh, cool.
most wonderful clubhouse rooms ever. One of the leading Holocaust educators in the world, Sammy Steigman, he spoke about how surviving the Holocaust, he likes to use the word, he's a survivor of the Holocaust. He doesn't use the word victim. He doesn't think of himself as a victim. He was a victim, but he, in his mind, his mindset is survivor, perseverance, etc. And that's what I have to say. And Sammy Steigman's awesome. He's one of the coolest influencers on Clubhouse.
I just want to follow up. I want to follow on that. No, it wasn't. I'm not going to say why. Because one of the things that we as Black people have to acknowledge is that we have, many of us, and this goes to Brandy's point, many of us have, and his point goes to the way other people who have suffered such inhumanity, they didn't do that. They didn't make it their burden. Rather, they reminded the offenders that it was their sin. And I think the thing that Brandy is describing comes from that, comes from Black people thinking that having been enslaved indicates something inherently bad about Black people, rather than understanding and constantly driving home that the fight, the desire, the persistence and dogged determination to own other people, to depersonalize, dehumanize those other people, right? To recognize their humanity, yet not treat them as humans, that means there is something inherently wrong with those people. So I think this notion of how we talk about our experience, right? How we talk about it amongst ourselves, how we listen to other people talk about it and don't correct them, feeds into all the stuff that we're talking about as well. The history part, what the young people are doing, why the young people don't know their history, all of that. I think it is connected.
So I take that a different way. So I don't disagree with your take on that. From what he just introduced. I'm being very nice, my brother. I would like you to be quiet. Thank you. So Austin is framing from the beginning of his conversation, framing this as if when we refer to slavery.
Brandy just said it though, Quinn. Brandy just said that.
Well, right, but Brandy assumes the mind of people like Austin. But the reality is that we do not present, I don't care what anyone is saying, we do not present ourselves as victims. That narrative has come from racist white people who have framed us that way because we have spoken about our history, because they have a problem with it because of the way it makes them feel. We do not frame, that word has never associated us with us. We have never framed ourselves as victims.
That's not fair to say, but that's not fair to say in the 21st century, because you have Black people running around here telling other Black people to talk about slavery is to very many Black people who are doing that. So I don't think that it's fair to say, I don't know if this is the right place, I don't know that Black people. Yeah, I don't think that that's fair. I gotta go because I gotta.
Thank you. And
wait. To Quinn's point, you're absolutely right. But that's the loudest people, Quinn, are the ones that have that victim mentality. That's what you hear more of. Maybe not in your circle. The whole woe is me, and they're not coming from the place that you guys are coming from. Like, we came from this and we are here. They're coming.
Yeah, right. I hear what you're saying, and I've heard that stand being taken. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to us, Black people do be victims. Woe do be them.
shit. And that's what y'all need to keep on the forefront. This is what y'all voted against as well, because you wasn't thinking about those people that are actually going through and you could be going through some shit. Y'all be thinking about the now, thinking that your black skin is not a hindrance to you, but it is. Whether we want it to be or not, it is, okay? You have to come to that realization. Things are being held back from you just because you are black alone. And I see that you might be blinded to it. It might have been easy for you in life. You might have not experienced racism, but when other people tell you that this is happening, hear them out. And you didn't. And so you voted against it, and now it's all coming back to bite all of us in the ass. This is the shit that this is a problem. You don't listen.
I literally did not vote against it. I did not vote for Trump, but doesn't matter who we vote for, right? Because if it's happening regardless if Trump is in office or Kamala. It's still, right? White supremacy. All these things are still happening. These
shouldn't happen. If the Democrats was in the office, the shit just happened.
Would have been happening. Come on. Well, it's still maybe not in maybe not in your face, but it still was happening. It may not happen. Trump was more in your face about it.
He's racist laws to protect our people in this whole immigration thing to convince niggas that it's a good idea and it ain't. Like, so what? Somebody else get to fucking experience the freedom that we as Black Americans fought the fucking to have. So what? The fact of the matter is the freedoms were in place and they're getting taken away from everybody because a group of people felt that somebody else was getting what their just due was. That's stupid. That is dumb. We are marginalized. Okay? We are marginalized. We're happening. That's what I don't understand. Like, you can't say, I'm done with people saying that the Democrats and the Republicans are alike. They are not. They are not. They are not alike at all. They are not.
And again,
okay? And I need y'all to really come to that realization because it's not true. Stop saying it. It's not true.
Absolutely, Berkeley.
Yeah, go ahead.
And you made a very good point. It was moderately divergent from what I was expressing, yet it was brilliant, and I thank you. I just want to say, what I said.
I would be open to understand because the way I heard that, and maybe you didn't mean it that way. When people compare our circumstances to people for whom we do not have the same circumstances, that is what the way I receive that. You can't compare my people to any other people in this country because none of them have had the same circumstances that we've had. Not only that, but people like the gentleman you mentioned are in a position to say that they are survivors because at some point that indignation came to an end for them. It is persistent in our current reality, whether some of us want to acknowledge that or not.
An important point I mentioned when I was speaking earlier is he was a victim of the Holocaust. He survived and lived and didn't have a high statistical chance of surviving. He was a victim of the murderous attack of the Nazis. Yet he survived. And in his mind and mindset, he uses the word, I'm a survivor. I don't think of myself as a victim. I don't use.
So what is it that you're trying to espouse by saying that? Is what I would ask you. What exactly are you saying in comparison to in comparison to the conversation? Well, by giving us the example of that gentleman who was a survivor of the Holocaust versus people who espouse. Are you saying this versus people who have been involved, who are descendants of slaves, espousing that they are victims of slavery? It would make sense that those people felt that way because those things persist into today. The effects of those things doesn't mean we haven't gotten better.
When he's a motivational speaker, his mindset is I survived.
I understand it. That's not what I'm asking you. I am asking you, as you introduced that, how, in comparison to what we're talking about, what is the relativity?
As you said, I don't believe it's very possible to compare. The cogency of it, thinking about curriculum design, which is where I got it.
What I'm telling you is that you didn't internalize it any differently than we did. We don't present ourselves as victims. We don't. We are the most solvent people on this fucking earth as far as I'm concerned. We don't present ourselves as victims. When we speak about slavery, we don't do it in a way to say that we were victims of slavery. We don't present ourselves that way, much like the person you're talking about presents himself as a survivor of the Holocaust. We are survivors of slavery. We are the descendants of slavery. Descendants,
which was the point I was making, the mindset of I survived this.
Right, but you're Go ahead.
I during the conversation when Brandy was discussing curriculum design. I'm a liberal. I actually saw on the British Broadcasting Channel that trigger warnings make a lot of sense. And there's a way to add trigger warnings to various things in such a way as to not disrupt the media. I think it is cognizant, but I think it's an important thing to be cognizant of, graphically intense depictions of slavery, and that being in the school curriculum, the teachers ought to be relatively thoughtful about it. And it's an intense thing to have survived.
But I don't even understand this whole notion of that you get slavery. I went to I was in two different school systems.
I chimed in where that curriculum design, the curriculum design showed up.
So
it's trying to whitewash
I think it's unfortunate. I can't, speak to experience because I wasn't there. And it's unfortunate that that's what you learn. But, we learn from beginning to end. That's how I grew up. In school, we learned from beginning to end, meaning yes, it started in some classes, it may have started off in Africa. The progression, the seeing black people go from being at the bottom of the barrel, but fighting for their freedom and, raging against the machine. They did that then, and they did it as history went along. So I always saw from the slave to right now, I've always saw us as warriors in a way, not taking no shit, figuring a way around the shit. This is what my history teachers taught me, especially in my predominantly black tradition. It might be something that the parents need to address, especially when y'all insist on sending y'all kids to these mixed race schools. You got to make sure that the curriculum of your people is being taught correctly as well, because if it's not, then it'll end up a problem in which, Brandy has faced.
Brooklyn,
I grew up very, very, very pro-black. My mother had me at every Al Sharpton march. I used to go listen to Louis Farrakhan. We went, believe me, when Amadou Diallo got shot up, we were right there. My mother had me front line and center. So I got it from both ends. I understood where I came from. I understood our history. I understood everything about it. I was kind of making a joke like Easter, how they play Roots all day long. That's what I was talking about. And in school, yes, they used to roll in the television and we used to either watch Roots or some other little slavery type of cartoon shit. And I grew up in the Bronx.
Yeah, they also trying to passion that across or whatever that
I think you're speaking about how it made you feel versus
right. And that's what I'm saying.
But that's not the same thing, though. I can appreciate how it made you feel. But that's if I'm showing you a movie that's historically correct, I'm assuming that it was historically correct, and it just made you feel some sort of way because you were in a room full of white people who don't know how to receive that, and then look at you crazy. or made you feel some sort of way about it, doesn't mean that the presentation itself, it's how it's being presented. That's the problem, not that it was being presented. That's the problem.
She thinks that it's a problem of how people internalize it, and I think that's what it is too. It's being internalized in a way, and I guess it has something to do with, you know, how people grow up, or so people, you know, how they engage in their community. I don't know. But whatever the case may be, it's definitely an internalized feeling, because when I saw Roots, or like Mississippi burning, I wasn't like, oh, I'm scared of white people when I say Mississippi burning. I wanted to burn some shit down. It made me radical as fuck, at least for about 3 days after I seen the movie. And you understand, I was very volatile at any time anything could happen if I was in the wrong place of mind. But it didn't make me feel like, you know what I'm saying, we weak people. No, it made me feel like these motherfuckers keep trying us, and we need to do something about it. And that's how a lot of us feel. A lot of us pro-blackers go and date. We have this like how Justin just blow up and go crazy because he hella pro-black and he want things good for black people. We have like this fight in us that we got from knowing our history, knowing that our people fought through all of those adversities. Like, so it is an internalized problem, and that might be something that we do as a community need to address and figure out a way to, I guess, make people feel more safe when they knowing about our unfortunate history. But they need to know it to know how we fucking came up. Like, it's necessary to
you. And listen, I have this issue. And I'm recognizing that all people are different. I may acknowledge that. But if you learned or had the same education that I did from home, because we had a black education at home, and when it was presented in school, much like the way it was with you, I could then talk to them about what I knew in school. That never made me uncomfortable, and there was never a reason to internalize that. I agree and understand that not everyone had that. I recognize that. I'm just saying that is the fundamental problem. It's how it was presented, not that it was presented. And that, if that makes folks internalize something differently, then so be it.
Can we be honest? It also determines on a child's age. 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. Your parents can tell you every day that black is beautiful, be proud. But if all of your classmates are then turn around and call you nappy-headed, big lip, big nose, nigga, everything your parents taught you, believe me, that shit goes away. As adults, yes, we can say, oh yes, I was strong, I'm this, I'm that, because you're an adult now. You can care less what your peers think. But as a child growing up, that's not the case. Kids can't just turn it off and turn it on. Very few of them can. So that was my point.
It wasn't bullshit they were putting on it, and that's what you're speaking to the child.
Right, I'm talking from my child. Like,
right, I just acknowledge that. So what I'm saying is that, again, at the risk of being redundant, it's the way that it's presented, not that it is presented. So no matter how it's internalized, what I'm saying is that the way it's presented makes a difference. The way that it's presented to you makes a difference. If it's being done in that environment, that is obviously a hostile environment. It was meant to fill up that way. Well, that's a much deeper conversation. But I'm just saying that in general, that our history is being taught, and that we continue to let people know that, much like our Jewish brothers and sisters let people know about the Holocaust on a regular basis. It is important for us to keep our history before our people. And in the right way, obviously. That goes without saying. But the way it's presented makes a difference.
What you told me, Brandy, I'm actually, very sorry you had that experience. But it just, this is why I always will tell people to go to a HBCU. I don't care. Because you need that reinforcement. Listen, I got picked on just, it wasn't about having nappy hair or nothing, or or being black, you know, in no ways. Maybe, you know, like, so I feel like it's important in your formative years to be around people that look like you, so they can't, because that does have an effect on how you, I don't give a fuck how, I mean, I don't care how white people view me. Like, you know, beauty wise, like, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? And I will never, because I think I can't, but I really care about how black, you know, I really care about that, because I think that's important. Just not to be racist or anything, just because of black people's position in this country, because they're gonna always, especially our women, they're always gonna do that. They're always gonna be like, oh, you ugly, you this, you. They're always gonna do that to our girls. I hate that, and I think that because of that, let us be around each other, because that's not, you know, we're gonna still do, you know, things like what kids do, but it's not gonna be that. It's not gonna be nothing that can follow you through your life and, you know, affect how you feel about yourself, because there's nothing wrong with your fucking hair. There's nothing wrong with your fucking nose or your skin or nothing like that. It's actually, I mean, well, yeah, it's not wrong with it. It's human skin. It's normal. Some people may find it more attractive. But I'm just saying, like, it's interesting to me that that's what they say about us. It's like, because I guess I grew up around black people, and I just grew up looking at my mom and my aunties, and they was fine to me. Not like fine, like I wanted to date them, but I was like, they the most beautiful thing in the world, and all their friends and my mom's friends. So when I see black women, I don't see that. I see the opposite of, I guess, what the world sees, or what, not the world, you know, the white, what the world presents. I see what I was fed. That's what I grew up seeing, is black women, and I hearing other black women big up other black women, saying how beautiful that's all I know. So I don't know any other, like, none of that. You could show me the worst slave and the most down bad thing. Doesn't fade me at all. I don't care. And I wish that for every other black person. I really, really do, because a lot of the things, jealousy, I really feel like people want to look like we do. Just going by the things that people do, I think that people want to look like we do. I think that we have the most beautiful women in the world. I think we have the greatest hair, the greatest skin. I really, really think that. And it may be crazy, but I would love to stay in my crazy. And I wish more black people would join me here, because the way that they have made us look is just not, this is not how I see us.
Because I always like the darkest people in the fucking room.
Yep, leave mine in the oven a little bit longer. I don't want that. Sorry.
I'm not the same way, but yeah, this needs to be, at this point, that's why I think I go so hard with all of the ignorance on fucking clubhouses. They be like, y'all really just go too far. Like,
and Pure Blood talking about his mental programming. Okay, well, if we're going to be mentally program our children with that, because running around telling black girls that are absolutely like, it's so many girls I see that walk around and be like, they said this about me, they said that about me. And I don't view it like that. I'm a whole gay person. And I don't view it fine. But having these women walking around here thinking that they're less than, or, you know, because of whatever the fuck they do. They wear wigs, they wear weave, to me, that's ingenuity, that's creativity. All of those things that other women wish that they had. But we have this terrible view of ourselves, and, you know, and we always, I just don't see it like that. And I really wish that y'all would, you know, fix it.
Apparently what we're missing is the internalized racism, Justin. That's what we're missing. We're missing the fact that it's internalized and that it's become a problem over years. And apparently we're missing conversation, but that's apparently the part that you're missing.
I mean, yeah, and I think that more of us should just be missing it, especially black women, because they be doing the hurting on the black girls. It myself, even in my little cousins or whatever, like, I always have to be in her ear, like, you know, because she's very dark or whatever. I constantly have to be like, and I always will, like, tell her how beautiful she is. And she is. But she'll go to school and have, somebody said something crazy to her, and she'll come and ask me. But because we all like, she like, then this girl got hair down her back, thick as, it's like she has hair, beautiful hair. But it would be eating her up. She black and all this other stuff. Yeah, black is beautiful. Black is shit. Tell them you black as fuck.
I'm just curious as to what that's supposed to excuse or explain. Not what you're saying, Just. Not you, Just. That's what I'm saying. I'm speaking to the internalized racism in general. Like in terms of us presenting ourselves or feeling like victims. Most of the time, that doesn't manifest itself that way for those black people who feel that way. That manifests itself in self-hate. It doesn't manifest itself in being ashamed of who they are. So what is that supposed to excuse? Or explain?
To me, the way that these things, I don't know, when I hear Brandy talk, I've heard other girls say stuff like that. Like, I worked in a barbershop that I've heard, like, just in conversation. And I'll be looking like, now, to me, it's like, oh, she said that to make you, like, because she knew you was bad. That's what I'm thinking. But these women have really internalized it. And I'm sure some men have too. But I see a lot of women, they call me black or they said my hair was nappy. So fucking what? Like, so what? How they, like, it's a lot of things that we can say about them. We don't have to, like, do the whole go to hell. But why are we... that's why I don't like the weave conversations. I don't like them. They wear blonde hair, so what? Y'all made us wear this shit. We was minding our business. We used to have afros and be living in mud huts if y'all would have left us the fuck alone. Or whatever the fuck we was doing.
You don't stop. I'm sorry, y'all. You don't stop. I'm gonna tell you something. Don't play with me. I'm telling you. And I said what I said. Bye. You don't have to come back tomorrow because I'm not doing this with you today. You're not gonna be disrespecting Dr. Angie right now. She ain't do nothing to him.
But he think being black is about marching. I just know.
He don't want his damn mind. He's goddamn Korean. He's right. You have to fit in these spaces.
So what did Dr. Because maybe I had gone away from the phone. What did Dr. H say?
He was talking about how, how to basically check somebody without going postal at work. That was it. That how they got this stigma on black women, especially the strong black women, and we so confrontational. She was speaking of how to confront someone without, meeting that stereotype. I don't think. There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong.
Yeah, he want her to be a fool. Outside.
Yeah, how you doing, miss? They call me Job in Lot.
Always some fucking body with the bullshit. Yes, and
I remember.
My mom tells me that all the time. Even as grown as I am, like she'll talk about me and be like, "My pretty baby, you're so beautiful. I love you."
Listen, one thing none of the girls in my family that grew up in my thing, they ain't gonna never be worried about no little rusty ass. None of y'all little rusty ass sons breaking their heart. One, because I got the blizzy and I'm pulling up. And second, because I don't they know they cute. They gonna be fly. If they need something, I got you. Don't worry. You ain't never gotta lean on no nigga for nothing.
My mom FaceTime is that. I just like, hey, shut up, man, mama.
Yo, can I say something real quick, miss?
Go ahead, babe.
Allah Akbar. I'm joking.
Ain't you the dude who was saying you hate gay people and stuff?
Yeah, a whole movie for that.
Oh, boy. Start finding your
Conversation going on, no brother. Real talk. Do you see the interaction? I mean, if we're joking about something, like that's one thing. We do that here. But I mean, if we're having a serious conversation, you think it's room for that silly shit? Like real talk. I'm asking you, man to man. Like we have a serious conversation. You know how annoying that is for people having a serious conversation? You sound like a child. Interrupting a grown people's conversation. But it's not relevant to what we're talking about.
Ask the question. Ask the question.
But you're doing, man. You know what you're doing.
I asked a question. Can I say?
But we were having a conversation.
You're confused who I am.
But we were having a conversation. Don't get serious now. I'm asking you a question.
I'm serious.
Well, you haven't. That's the problem. We're having a grown people conversation and you're acting like a child.
Being grown by asking.
Now you are. But before, you're being an asshole.
No, I'll ask the question. I said, ma'am, can I say something?
Serious conversation with serious adults. And grown-ass people act like fucking kids when they come in and start talking. And this is in real life or on this app. That annoys the fuck out of me.
You allow the PTR to control your judgment, or calm down.
I'm not allowing anything. Brother, I don't know you, nor do I care to. I'm listening to what you
say. You will understand everything that I said.
Okay,
I asked.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that.
I got you. Y'all want to get back to the original quote? So, conversation, or y'all want to move the conversation somewhere else?
How you doing?
I'm really sorry, right?
Hey, go on mute, John.
I'm sorry, man.
With the thing Justin was talking about of our women, and then in another phase, they're trying to literally mimic what our women are. I just find that very funny to me. Like changing up the hairstyles that we can do. It has always been funny to me that in any phase that somebody could say, "Oh, there's something wrong with that." But everywhere else in the world, they try to mimic what our women look like. I thought it was funny. And then the complexions, the tanning booth, the black skin has always been just something to marvel at. Like, I don't know, man. And my mom was kind of very light skinned, to be honest. Like, my dad is actually the dark one. But man, I just always found it a dark skinned woman so just to me impressive. My wife is actually kind of light skinned too, but the girl that I was close, she almost made the cut. Was probably she just had the most beautiful complexion I've ever seen on a girl. It's just funny to me. I don't understand how we allow people to kind of say that on one face that, oh, this is wrong, but then admitting everything we do. Everything about our women is mimicking. It's just like, it's funny. I just want to say it because I never got it. I've always been loved on the summertime. I'm dark as hell and I love it. My sons actually want to be as dark as dad. Like, oh, look, I'm dark as dad now. Like, they love their darkness. Like, it is crazy to me. I live in a predominantly white neighborhood, by the way, but it's just like my family, I have 7 siblings. My sister's 4 sisters, 3 brothers. Like, we have never, ever thought less than of our skin tone or anything about this. I landed.
So y'all ever heard of Kimberly Crenshaw? This personality that she talks about when it comes to black women, like our experience with racism and sexism. So like, a lot of times, like when it comes to feminist spaces, we're often overlooked, right? And they're dominated when it comes to white women. So like, it's like an internal thing, right? So even with me, when I go to work, right? I may be the black girl and there's 2 other white women. And then I work with a bunch of white people. And it's always going to be the blonde woman that stands out, right? That they will listen to. So we call it, like I have this one sergeant major, blonde, white girl, blue eyes. And they always say she go to Parade Pretty.
You know what I'm saying? Like, goes to what?
Parade Pretty. So it's like Parade Rest.
Yeah.
She will go to Parade Rest, but it's like she'll lean the shoulder over, she'll lean her head over, and she's like, just wondering, when can we? And it's like, she's gonna get her way. And And then with me being a black woman, it's like I don't want to do that because there's this like stigma that's going to be associated with, especially with other black guys. They're like, oh, you trying to get your way, man, like dicks to get so hard. Like it's like completely retarded, right? So it's like for me, I have to be like, hey, that's not how it goes. Then when I stand at attention, I'm going to stand at attention. I'm not going to lean my shoulders aside and lean my head over and be like, hey, like, can we? And she put her hand on her chest and was like, I hurt my chest so bad. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, if I was to do some dumb shit like that, people gonna look at me different. They just, like, with me, I'm looking at her like, bitch, is you crazy? This ain't it. But it's like, you gotta understand, like, sitting in a black woman's position, like, when you're, everyone.
No. There's nothing to tell. I have, at times on this app, allowed the crazies to talk amongst themselves with a little bit of modding. So that's the crazy parts of when I was on this app. And then
she said she does replays. I'm adopting her serendipity. Just that's great. See you on your rooms with replay.
I haven't been on in the past 4 or 5 months, so
Bitch has been on like every day for the past 2 weeks.
Replays. I put on replays because people used to not